Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. How's it going, guys? How are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well. It's Monday. It's President's Day, I think. Is it President's Day? What's today? Is President's Day in February? I thought it was in January. Is today President's Day? Monday, February 16th. Today's President's Day, just like I said and was confident in before. Yes, Mighty Bob. My shirt is one of those magic eye patterns. If you stare at it long enough, you'll see my nipples. So yes, that's real. That's a real thing. I'm going to try and get this company to, I'm going to see if they do affiliate agreements and, will, whatchamacallit, send me some free shirts to wear on stream and advertise and promote. Because I like them. They're insane. Oh my gosh. It's like shirts as designed by the Cenobites. So anyway, we're here tonight. I hope you guys have had a great weekend. Today was like the end of the weekend for me. My kids didn't have school today. They had a 4-day weekend. Those lucky kids. They didn't have anything to do at all. No responsibility. Not like in my day. But so we had like another day off from everything, and that was nice. I kind of needed it. But we had a 4-day weekend. Now it's back to the grindstone or whatever, and my work day starts at night. Although I wanted to stream during the day today, but I went and got a haircut. And then after the haircut, my daughter's like, hey, can we go to St. Cloud? And I was like, why? She's like, oh, I want to go to Crumble Cookie and Barnes and Noble. So we ended up in St. Cloud, which is like an hour away. And that ate up all of my other time during the day. I had an appointment like at 10 or something. I had an appointment at 10, and then I did a haircut in the early afternoon, and then we went up to St. Cloud, and that killed the rest of the day. So I wasn't able to stream during the day. Sorry. I wanted to. I think we'll probably do a stream tomorrow during the day because those are fun. Over the weekend, we did 2 member streams, one to make up for the prior weekend because I was feeling ill, and then of course one just for this weekend, which makes perfect sense, and so that's good. It was a fun time. It was a fun time. Look, I like this. Lucky number 7 says hair looking sharp. Thank you. I went in. I'll have to see if she would want me to share my hairstylist also has a YouTube channel. She's really funny. Or my hair cutter. She didn't style shit, actually. She has a YouTube channel. I don't know, like, if I should. It's one of those things where you don't know if you should share it because you don't know if they would want to, like, be associated with you publicly. It's like, hi, would you like to have your life ruined? I'll share your channel on mine. She's hilarious, though. I really like her. She cuts my hair and my 2 sons' hair. I think it's hair. My 2 sons' hair. Not sons' hairs. That'd be like if she cut some hairs. That's weird. That doesn't make sense. It's the act of cutting all of the hair. Anyway, yeah, so she cuts all of our hair. And then like my daughters go to something else because their hair is more complicated, I guess. I don't know. Who knows? I don't engage in figuring that stuff out. My two sons' hair. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. I like this. Minu says, doesn't matter the look, it's turd all around. I don't understand. Wait, what are you talking about? Elemental MJ says shirt is on fleek. This is like the loudest shirt I've ever seen. This is one of the shirts I bought. Like it was an end of the year sale, and all these shirts were like $10 each. So I went and I grabbed a bunch of them. I just grabbed any of them that they had in my size. It was like, of course, like trying to pick them out was not a good thing. But yeah, I was like, I put it on and I was like, this shirt is like the volume's up. But I like it at the same time. It's too noisy to match with most, like I don't really have a great jacket to wear with it. And I tried to find a tie. That was fucking impossible. There's no way. No way. Anyway. Patricia Moore, that was way too much money for it. You made a big mistake there, bud. Tell us your gay shirt supplier. It's a company called Spazio Uomo. They do shirts. They do suit jackets. I don't think they do full suits. They do women's clothing, and some of it's really hot. So that's cool. I got Lady Rackets some skirts, and I got her a dress as well. So, but yeah, that's why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about this? That shirt requires the 80s, 90s plastic rim sunglasses. I got these sunglasses today also. Another $10 buy, which is good. They got the little, they're like my blue ones. The blue ones that are like almost transparent, and they have the stones. It's the same like cut and shape, just a little bit different color lenses. So it's fun. But who cares? So you need a corduroy jacket with that shirt, brown. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know about that. Maybe. But here's the problem. I do have I have this black leather suit coat that I got in Vegas, and it's a good jacket to go with this shirt. I just can't sit down here for hours doing a show in that. It's too heavy. It's too heavy. It'd get too hot. Do they make clothes for straight people? They make clothes for Turkish people. So no, definitely not. Solid black tie might work. Yeah, I tried a navy tie, and it was like, it wasn't the worst thing, but it certainly wasn't better than not wearing a tie. Solid black would probably work. I don't know where my solid black tie is. I don't know. Ever since the 13th Amendment, I can never find it when I need it. So, so there's that. An honest doubter, member for 4 months, says Rackets, Murdaugh did it. Halderson's girlfriend didn't. I don't know if Murdaugh did it. I'm really not sure. Halderson's girlfriend, I'll accept that maybe she wasn't involved. Again, like, that timeline of events does not play out right. The Halderson one. There's more to it. I don't trust it. Ever eaten author with a shirt that busy, right? You need white or black, maybe one of the colors of the tie, but extra gay, e.g. an orange one. Yeah, but you'd have to match the tie color would have to be perfect, have to be solid, no pattern. I don't know where my solid black tie is. I have no idea. I have a paisley black tie, which the pattern would have probably been really fucking annoying. So what is this? Menu says Nick loves the abuse. No. I just I don't consider it abuse. That's it. Yeah, see the mooch. Wait, the cannibal kid, his girlfriend probably did it though. Yeah, well, I think she was involved. And I definitely think I think he might have fed her a dad sandwich or something. Eclair Trail, did you bring up the ascot last night also? Is that your thing? You just go around accusing people of should wear ascotting? Is that what you do? No. That needs to stop. When does my boyfriend move in? You mean when does that hoe move out? That hoe being my boyfriend. I don't like ascots. I don't like it. It's like, oh, let's wear cummerbunds again. Those are kind of funny. But okay. Solid pink tie. Oh, that'd be cool, but that'd be brutally horrible. Okay. Anyway, over the weekend we had 2 member shows. They were awesome, tons of fun. Had a bunch of new. We added like 250 members over the weekend. Which, by the way, we can add members at any time. We don't have to do them only during the member only shows. So if you wanted to get yourself a membership or gift a membership, certainly you are welcome to do that. And you are encouraged to force members upon anyone in this chat. It's their own fault for being here. Honestly. Let's see. Good fella D. Where does that go? Goodfella D says, hey, Nick, I want to help Rumble and the creators I watch get max ad revenue. Not a fan of a 2-minute and 40-second commercial followed by a 2-minute 15-second commercial. How long do I have to watch before you and Rumble get full comp? I have no idea. No idea. If I knew, I would tell you in a heartbeat. I'm not aware of the what's considered a valid ad watch. What I would say is, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. That's a long ad break. I don't, that's too much ad. Shell Bell LC6NO. I don't know. What the hell? Why did everybody's names get fucked up? I want to fix that somehow. Shell Bell has joined and is the first member of the night. And again, I think memberships are just the way, honestly, of the things you can do on YouTube. I think memberships are really like the premium thing to do. It's cool. There's extra content. It makes your name green in the chat, which makes it, a little bit sexier and more attractive, which is awesome. And so that's fun. But the gifting of memberships, it's like, well, you can send a super chat or you can give someone the opportunity to have access to content that they otherwise didn't and come join in the chat, for those live shows. More people in the chat means more fun, more activity, more engagement. So.
Oh my God. Nick would look so fucking gay in an ascot. I'm here for it, Eclair.
Thank you, Skylar Gabriel. She would have said that. Yeah. And she would have said exactly that. So thanks. Thanks for nailing that one. You got it perfectly right. Look at this. Mesa Pipes Out says, I feel so uncool with my not green name. I know, you should. You are. You can fix it, though. $2 a month will get you a paralegal status, which is access to most everything. Access to everything. Everything is the lawyer level. And then there's a super lawyer level, which is $10. The lawyer level's $5. Really, like the $2 access gets you pretty much everything. It's made to be as affordable as possible for people to join up. But if you want to do a little bit extra, that joining at the lawyer level is, of course, that's the way to go. And going to the super lawyer level is only if you're already used to your dick dragging behind you because it's so massive. Like, that's the only people who should be at the super lawyer level. Like, if you're not used to that level of confidence, that level of success, and that level of, dick triumph, then don't join at the super level. You don't do it. You kind of look like the extra older brother in Lost Boys right before they fly off the bridge. Damn. I love that movie. That was a good flick. Cat4667 became a member as well. And we're off and running. We're off and running on members already. The stream, I'm feeling good about it because we're now at 3. And 3 members is, look, 3 members is airtight. And once you get to there, everything else is just bonus. So it's perfect. Let's see. We've got, there we go. All right. So Fugman says, I still like Nick. Well, that's good. I think that. Oh my God. Let's see, we got Palmyra Media says, yeah, your levels are pretty much all the same. So there's that uncivilian wannabe. Okay. Yes. I think I agree, but I don't know for sure. I'm going to be looking to change that at some point. This is, it's all work in progress. All a work in progress. Okay, here we need to let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. Oh wait, I was gonna just briefly say let people filter in before we fully get back, which is gonna be in just a minute. We had the 2 streams over the weekend, and we did really important work. If you are a member, I strongly suggest you go check them out a little bit. Each one of those streams, we created a new song. Both of them were about Kurt. I don't know. It's just how it worked out. The first one was Hey Maya, Holla Holla, which is about Kurt openly on a live stream, lusting after Maya Kowalski, who had turned 18 that morning after he had, watched several weeks of streams with her as a minor. She turned 18 and he's like, hey, now I can say it. Holla, holla, holla. So we co-wrote the song with Kurt, and then I have no musical talent, so we got an AI to perform it. It took a couple attempts this time to really get a solid, the right feel for the song, but we did. It's great. Hey Maya is out there. And then the next one was called Decay and Casserole. And that was about Kurt's self-professed desire to give pizza casserole, wine, cocktails, and presumably sexual intercourse to women ages 16 to 35. 18 to 35 if they were from out of Texas. But if they were in Texas, well, I shouldn't say 16. It might be 16. Down to the age of consent, which is below 18 in Texas. Let's find out what that is. Let's just see. Age of consent in Texas. I think they might have changed it. Let's see. Okay, it says 17. There's no single law that establishes the minimum age of consent for all sexual activity. Instead, specific statutes provide definitions of what constitutes a child. Generally, the offenses listed in the Texas Penal Code prohibit engaging in sexual conduct with anyone under 17 or 18 years old, depending on the statute. But yes, in the pizza casserole video, Kurt very famously stated, if you're outside the state of Texas, you got to be over 18 or 18 or over. If you're within the state of Texas, we'll talk. I have to look up the age of consent. So because if you're outside of the state of Texas and you have to cross the state line, you're in violation of the Mann Act, and that's bad. These are all things that Kurt said in his pizza casserole. And if you are tempted, as many are, to believe that Kurt was just making a legal joke, if you think he was just making a joke about that, let me just go ahead and comfort you and let you know that he defended that position in his dating standards video. I forget because I'm like immersed in this. I'm immersed in Kurt's desire to have sexual intercourse in a relationship with a woman as young as possible down to the age of consent, which in Texas would apparently be 17 years old. And he has stated that that is perfectly fine and there's nothing wrong with that. But yes, and again, along with the sexual intercourse does come pizza casserole, wine, and cocktail, at least one. So that's the benefit to those. So there we go. There's no age that consents to Kurt. Damn. Okay, let's see. But the crazy thing is I'm sitting there, member stream. So everybody there is awesome. Chadley has watched every video and is fully versed in everything. And many people there had no idea when we did the pizza casserole that had happened. And people are unaware of that. Last bit of business I'm going to tell you guys, and then we're going to start up this, we'll start up this thing. Hopefully some more people join the stream. Apparently YouTube's been doing some tests where if people don't follow like one push notification, they get cut off or something. I don't know. I didn't read the whole article. I just read people bitching about it on Twitter. Who knows if it's true or not? I don't really care. Like I'm going to just do the show. But if you guys can do a couple things, it would be really lovely. If you can click like, if you like the show. If you don't like the show, don't click like. If you could click like, that really fucking helps. It's weird, but it does. Participating in the chat really, really helps. Watching as long as possible really, really helps as well. One thing that I don't talk about very much, but it's crazy how much it helps is sharing the live stream links and stuff like that, so that people know. Because no matter what I do, no matter how much I try, it is impossible to get the message out to everybody that the show comes on. I mean, there are people who still show up in the comments. They're like, holy shit, you're back. It's like, well, yeah, I've been streaming for months now. But yeah. Not Panzer Dude over on Locals says bum toucher. Well, you shut up. You lick sniz. I don't need to listen to you. Desert Dog Studio, you sent an email earlier about that 5K member gift. Okay. I will check it out. I'll check it out. Definitely. Oh, okay. So I'm there getting my haircut. Or well, my son was getting his haircut. I was waiting to get my haircut. I was like a good dad. I made them go first just to see if if the hair cutter was like if she had Parkinson's or anything like that, their hair would be ruined and mine would remain immaculate. So I wanted to do that, of course. So I was waiting till the end as the last person to go. You always send the less experienced troops into the building first, so to speak. So I'm just sitting there innocently, and I pull up my YouTube studio, and there's a comment. There's a comment on last night's stream, and it was from Sleeping Psychopathy. I want to pull that up so I remember to address it in just a second. It was from Sleeping Psychopathy, and she. I'm going to pull it down, but I'm going to start it so I can look at it in just a second. All right. Sleeping Psychopathy is like, oh, you should have so-and-so on to review someone else's cooking streams. Or you should have so-and-so on, they review this other person's bad cooking streams. And other people have said that. They're like, oh, this person reviews this person's like horrific cooking streams. And I'm always like, well, that's weird. I don't know. Like I review Kurt's bad cooking streams. Like that's good. I'm good at that. I know the material very well. I'm confident that he will never make a good meal. But he, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say he looks like normaler than these other people, but it's not true at all. That was a lie. So, but anyway, he's a lawyer, so like allegedly there's something upstairs. I tend to doubt that sometimes, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I'm talking too much about this. Sleeping Psychopathy is like, you should have so-and-so on. They review this person's cooking videos. They're just as bad as Kurt's or whatever. And I was like, bling. Idea goes off in my head. I was like, oh, okay, that thing still works. That's cool. And here's the idea. We need to have a cook-off. We need to have a cook-off show. And the cook-off show is I will invite someone else who frequently reviews cooking streams, right? Or cooking videos. And then here's the rub. We'll take the length of the video. Let's say it's a 30-minute video. We will split that time in half. Each competitor will get half of the time, 15 minutes each, right? And we will roast the video in question like speed chess. So like you sit there and wait and like you got a zinger or like a good critique. Bam, you hit your button and then it goes to the other person and then their time starts running, right? And they're like, all right, put the rice in his socks. Disgusting. What a fatso. Bam, they hit their thing and then it goes back and you speed chess back and forth. And the first person to run out of time, because they're not funny enough, they lose. And then the other person gets to close out the show. And since you split the entire time of the show evenly, like you just look at the length of the stream. And there's no pausing. No pausing. You have to go with the flow of it. And so you know that like you're gonna have enough time to carry all the way to the end of the video, no matter how that works out. And it maximizes like the amount of funny. There's no like pausing and slowing down. And it's just it's back and forth roasting people while they cook food shittily. And we call it a cook-off. I was like, this is a good idea. This is a fucking good idea. I like it. See, Lady Tammy, I would watch this. Already, it's a better show than CNN. Slaving Psychopathy, I was just talking about you. Did you hear about the cook-off? Did you hear me explain it or no? There it is. Okay. You know, the delay. The delay. I wasn't sure. So yeah, oh yay, I'm so pumped for this. Yeah, because like I know there's several people out there who like to watch their particular weirdo cook food. It's there's got to be a condition or something for it. But I was like, cook off. We've got the name. We've got the name of the show segment, or the show / bit, whatever it is. That's the hardest part. That's the hardest part of coming up with something. And then it's like, how do you like, it's hard to roast a video in tandem with someone else. Cause like when this will be a challenge for me. Cause when I'm roasting Kurt's cooking videos, like I'm pausing it all the time to talk about stuff. There's no pause. And I think the cook-off format can actually be applied to anything where you are being critical of someone and telling jokes. Of course it would work, and it doesn't have to actually be cooking, but I think it'd be funny to start them off with some cooking videos. So I hope you guys like that. We're going to do that sometime soon. Limp-wrist Redux says, your narcolepsy must be contagious. I'm getting sleepy. It is. My narcolepsy is contagious. It's called me boring you to death. So anyway, all I have to do now is I have to find an app that will do the chess clock, right? Where each person connects to it. There's got to be one. There's got to be something like that. And then I'll invite a guest, and we'll make this happen. We'll make this happen. Jay Barnes, not James. Jay Barnes 5068 says Rumble does great with notifications. YouTube not so much. And that's true. Let's see. Mighty Bob 81 says, have you given any thought on how you would want to celebrate your first full year of sobriety? It must be coming up very soon. Good job, by the way. It will be on April 15th. Tax day is my first year, or my first year of sobriety will consummate, I guess. I don't know. It'll complete on April 15th. So it's been 307 days, I think, something like that. Let's see. 308. It's 308 days. And to quote Tyler Posey, I may still be a fuck up, but I'm a fuck up counting days. Yeah, that's true. That's a good song. Coding ATC says, normally this hippopotamus swims, but today I rode my bike for 16 miles down 15 pounds. You lost 15 pounds? You lost a pound a mile? Oh my God. What is your secret? I have so many people that I will force onto bikes. I'll screw them into them. A pound a mile almost. That's crazy. Congrats. Holy shit. Making less of people in the world is good. Good job. Congrats. How did you do that? Were you biking on cocaine? I could see if that was working. Venom says, I think you should make me a mod. I do others. We'll see. I'm not currently adding mods. I don't find the purpose in them most of the time. Frederick Little says, cookout against Kurt. I'll invite Kurt onto the show for the cookout, but we'll pull up one of his videos. See, he could win just by like doing it. Okay. All right. Where are we? Who's the OG Carol says April 15th is my divorce day. Let's celebrate our successes. Yeah. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. Electric Divergent says, have you ever had to put Band-Aids on your nipples when you wear that shirt? This is the first time I've worn it, and no is the answer. I typically don't have that problem. I don't get the bloody nipple thing from, I know that certain like polyesters and stuff like that can sometimes rub people's nipples raw. But mine, maybe mine have been abused enough that they're just, they're like calloused over leathery nipples that I have. Mighty Bob says it really is a commendable effort and quite the journey for you and your family. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's good time. Masubi is awesome. Masubi is awesome. And yes, correct. I just have lactating nipples. That's true. Let's see. Minu says guy is a liar. I don't know if he's talking about me or not. Don't be too hard on yourself, Nick. I'm not. Like, I'm pretty good. I'm doing okay. I like me, most of the time. There was a little bit of a time where I was pretty pissed. All them BDSM clubs. Interestingly, while I do think BDSM clubs are fun and funny, I'm not in I'm not into that too much, really. Like, that's not my thing. That's not my thing. You like try and, like tase me during sex or whatever. And that might be, don't. So you have had the car battery on the nipples so much it doesn't hurt anymore. Should I tell this story? If I ask myself, should I tell this story? I think the answer is no. I think that means I shouldn't tell the story. If you want to apply like ridiculous stories out of me, you'll have to do so with super tips. Supertip.gg/RL. Silicon Player says, you said you weren't into cocaine, didn't like how it made you feel. Okay. In my defense, when I said that, that was true because I'd only had shitty cocaine. And I didn't like the way it made me feel. That is 100% true. Who knows what else is in it? But supertip.gg/RL to participate in the show with super tips. There are now image tips, so you can send in a picture if you would like. You can do that. Aaron James 321 says, what in the world is going on here? Nothing but, good old fashioned debauchery and indecency. Speaking of debauchery and indecency, my man, Good Logic, has rated the show. How you doing, Joe? I miss you, brother. We need to talk and catch up and hang out and stuff. That would be a good thing. That would be a good thing. I don't want that. I don't want any of this. Okay. But welcome to Good Logic and his viewers. We're about to, okay, I guess I should intro we're about to do, and then let's do it. I'll stop screwing around. I'm sorry. I like horsing around with you guys. I like hanging around being like, hey guys, what's up? Like, let's make fun of stuff. We're about to resume the Alex Murdaugh oral arguments before the South Carolina Supreme Court through the lens of Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law did a live stream during the oral arguments. And I thought we could do our own live stream watching the oral arguments, which would be fun. or we could watch Kurt watch the oral arguments, because his analysis of it has been pretty bad, pretty bad. And so we can watch him watch it and do two things at once. We'll learn about what happened at oral argument, and then we'll also see how not to do a law-based live stream. That's what we'll do. So we'll get that. What is going on? What's up, Rita Castillo? How's it going? You got to yell taser, taser, taser first. Spike Simmons says, Nick Rekieta, are you sober? Depends on what you mean by sober. Yes, I am. My last drink was my last substance, and that was April 15th. I don't remember the specific day of the last time I did cocaine. I don't. It's been a while. It's been a while. And the same thing with Molly and trying to think. Yeah, I haven't done ketamine since the my probation. To be very clear, I have a prescription for ketamine when I do ketamine therapy. And so when I say I haven't done ketamine since my sentencing, I actually could do, like, I could utilize ketamine in a clinical setting or whatever with, as part of therapy. Ketamine is used to help people with addiction issues and stuff like that. It's part of addiction recovery for some people. And it's, it's also great for depression and anxiety and a bunch of stuff like that. I've done a round of ketamine therapy. It was wildly helpful, honestly. But I haven't done it since my sentencing. I have permission to do it when I have a prescription. When I don't have a prescription, I don't have permission. It's kind of how it works. But yeah, so, people in court, IV or nasal. It's not IV ketamine. IV ketamine, you need to have like a medical professional ready, because IV ketamine has a chance of causing a blood clot that can be fatal. It's one of the weird things where IV ketamine is more dangerous than other methods of taking it. The one I did last time, and this was fucking awful, was a sublingual dissolving tablet. So it was, your ketamine dose, you put it under your tongue, and then your mouth fills up with saliva that tastes like the sweat, acidic, like battery acid sweat, and I don't know, skunk smell, like fills your mouth, and you have to hold it in your mouth for 15 minutes, and your mouth absorbs the ketamine from the inside. You have to take a medication called Zofran first. Ondansetron is, I think, ondansetron, maybe, whatever. Which is an anti-nausea med, because you immediately want to throw up. It's one of the grossest things. Oh, it's fucking awful. Ketamine is a nasty, nasty tasting substance. And they're like, no, just hold it in your mouth for 15 minutes. And they don't want you to eat it, which when I used it recreationally, I would, a lot of times I would just basically make a pill with a cigarette wrapping paper, rolling paper. And then you put the ketamine in that, and then you just kind of bundle it up and eat it, drink some water. And then 40 minutes later, you can't walk. But apparently when you eat it, the high is still only like, the hallucination, I should say, is still only like an hour. But your digestion versus like the sublingual delivery method, the digestion causes the ketamine to last in your system longer. And so you get more of a lethargy effect for a longer time. is what they told me. I don't know. That felt true because, like, yeah, with the sublingual one, it was out immediately. Personally, if you can, like, of all the ways that I did it, I would prefer to snort it, even though that's horrible. That's like snorting razor blades, with lemon juice on them. But that's better than that. That sublingual shit was horrible. The eating method takes too long to hit. It takes like 40 minutes. The snorting method, it hits you in about 5 minutes. It's something else, man. But do not do it recreationally. You never know what's in, the substances that you get and stuff like that. I'm not advocating recreational use. I'm just talking about the facts of my past and what I learned about it, what my experiences were, because otherwise they're wasted. I mean, they happened. Okay. But as far as like the therapeutic use of ketamine with a prescription, medical professionals, the one I did was sublingual, but I would probably, if I do it again, I'd probably do it as a pill, and I just make sure I didn't have anything I had to do afterwards. Cause like that sublingual, that was disgusting. That was horrible every single time. Live in General says, taser connected to balls. I'm Nick Ricada, and welcome to Jackass. No, just welcome to Lost Explaining the Interwebs. What are you trying to recreate when you snort drugs? Are you saying recreate? Because like recreational drug use is when you use a drug recreationally, so that's like I guess without specific purpose, or I don't know the actual definition of recreation. That's a good question. What I was trying to recreate was fucking badass hallucinations that took an hour, but it felt like months. It felt like months in your head. It was crazy. It's one of the craziest things I've ever experienced. Anyway, I don't want to sit and reminisce about. Let's sit and talk about how much I liked drugs. It's just legitimately ketamine therapy is if you suffer from anxiety, depression, or addiction issues. There's some other things. If you have something in your life that's just a roadblock, ketamine increases neuroplasticity and allows your brain to actually create new pathways and get around longstanding problems. Okay. But you should only do that consulting with medical professionals and have a guided experience for that. I'm not recommending recreational ketamine use. Let's see. I'll share this in the chat. We have a Rumble rant. Why don't the Rumble rants show up in StreamYard? I think that's stupid. Kimmy Hunt says one of Joe's followers needs help and sent a Rumble rant for it. I'm going to put that link in the chat if you want to check it out. It's for Adrian A. There's a Give, Send, Go. I don't know anything about it other than it was sent in via a Rumble rant. So I shared it in the chat there. You can check that out. Rita Castillo's next show coming up on Ricada Law Experience. I don't know. I always feel weird talking about my experiences. Like maybe one day I should do a show about them and then like get that, like just kind of get it all out. I think it gives the impression that there's like a pining for it or like like something I miss. I mean, like I enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like I'm like, oh my God, I need my drugs back or anything. It's just, it's an interesting thing. I like to advocate for ketamine because I do think that the real, like the clinical use for it is something that people may not have tried, and it may solve some problems that they've been struggling with for years, and it may do it really quickly. Klavjez is a new member. Thank you, Klavjez, for joining up. And that brings us to 4 members for the night. 4 members for the night. And the ticker membership counter is, of course, brought to you by Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop. Your one-stop shop for everything you could possibly need. Get chicken in your chick. Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop. There are other poultry-related products as well, not just chicken. You can. There are other fowl that can be purchased. There are various tools and accessories that will help enhance your chicken cooking and consuming experience, as well as a new selection of spices. Kurt's Dating Advice, Cosmetology, and Chicken Shop. And of course, while you're purchasing your chicken products, you can get advice on cosmetology, advice on dating. You can learn how to stuff that bird and also cook chicken. Here we go. Frozen toy.
So you use the battery so much on the nipples, it doesn't hurt anymore?
I guess. So let's see. All right. Grim602 says, pretty sure Raggeds just needs to do continuing education or whatever it is. Yes, I need to do 45 hours of continuing education on 45 hours of continuing education that I have missed. And I'll also take the opportunity to do my next 45 hours, which should cover me for the next couple of years. And that'll be cool at that point. Carrie Shangle says, I want to be able to actually reach breakthrough. Carrie, if you want to talk about, like, I don't want to fill the show with talk about that, but if you have any questions about my experiences with ketamine recreationally, and then of course in a therapy sense, like I said, I'm a huge advocate for it. I think it's one of the best things I've ever done for mental health. So if you want to talk about it or whatever, want any more information, please just email me or DM me, Instagram or Twitter or whatever. And happy to have that conversation. All right. Kimmy Hunt says, thanks, Nick. YouTube wouldn't let me share a link in a super chat. That's correct. It will not do that. But thank you for sending in those Rumble rants. Okay. The Silicon Player says, why are you still saying you need 45 hours? It's like you haven't even started. I haven't. What? The most efficient way to do it is to, normally you would do this around the reporting period, would be to do all of it shortly before the reporting period time. And then the next cycles shortly after. Because how I do continuing legal education personally is I buy the full access pass to the Minnesota Continuing Legal Education company, and they offer bunches of courses. You can buy an all access pass for one fee, and then you can do all of it. Like it's a 1 year long thing. And so when I'm ready, when I know I'm going to have time to sit down and do it, I'll buy the the all access pass. That pass costs quite a bit of money, but like I said, it gives you access to all the materials for 1 year. So I'll do that when I know I can actually start and do it. But I'm a busy guy, dude. I got 5 kids, so yeah. But once I start, I'll hammer it out pretty quickly. Like, get on it. I don't really need it. Like, imagine if Rackets just wore increasingly larger glasses each stream. That'd be amazing. Like, I don't need my my license to practice law right now doesn't do me any practical good. There's no There's no actual benefit because I'm not practicing law. Like, I'm not really interested in finding clients. I don't want to do that. I much prefer to do this, and I don't need a license to do this. There is an intangible benefit because, people bitch about me not having licenses or whatever. It distracts them for some reason, like as if having your license suspended for not doing continuing legal education, in which, look, we won't even talk about how lawyers end up filling those hours a lot of times. It's not like you suddenly forget everything and that the things you say become invalid. It's just you're not licensed to practice law. You don't they can't extract the information from your brain. So, everything is basically the same, minus the 45 hours in which I would have potentially learned some new thing. But, if there's a field that I'm not familiar with, I'm typically polishing up on it for the subject at hand anyway. So, I don't know. I don't really care. Like, I'll do it when I can, but I'm not gonna start it until I know I can get it complete pretty much in one sitting. Because I don't want to spend all the fucking money and then forget about it and have something. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. My shirt is priceless. Thank you, Rita.
They are not presumed to blow.
Okay, hold on. I gotta back this up a little bit. To where we left off. We left off right at the exchange where the lawyer for the state is going up. If you missed the first part of this, that's okay. If you missed the first part, you can go back and watch it. Watching them, the order that you watch them in isn't really that important for this oral argument, I don't believe. But this is right around the spot, within a couple seconds of the spot in which the two lawyers will exchange places at the podium, and the lawyer for the state of South Carolina, the prosecuting attorney's appellate lawyer, will be taking over. I'm going to get rid of Kurt's chat. I'm not really interested in Kurt's chat. Well, I mean, unless you guys are. Do you guys want me? Should I put? Well, we'll keep it up, I guess. Maybe you guys can get inspired. It's distracting. Let's see. A guy could take a piss and judge someone. Yes, judging people is great. We should do that. Most people seem to have the opinion of don't do the chat. So I'll get rid of the chat. There we go. Just Kurt's beautiful mug. Right there. And all right, guys, I'm going to hit play. Billdozer 74 has rated the stream. Welcome to Billdozer and their viewers. Thank you for joining. Happy to have you here. The Outsider says, Nick, if you like laughing on the UK government, check out A Million Amelias by Skybrows. It had no right to go that hard. Okay, what is it a song or a movie or what? I don't know what that even is. That'd be fun. Okay, so anyway, yes, this is my former colleague, Uncivil Law, Kurt Mueller, now from Houston, Texas. But originally, I believe, practiced. Well, he was licensed in South Carolina, even though he didn't practice. He was a patent. He was not a patent judge, and he wasn't a patent lawyer. He was a patent examiner, which means he wasn't involved in the actual litigation of patents. he would basically review applications and make sure they were filled out successfully, and then make a determination on whether or not it should be the patent should be granted. Aaron James says, "What is his scope of practice if he has chosen one?" Kurt has never done a case. He is, for the first time, representing someone presently. The case he is representing someone in now is a case in which his client was accused of stealing a set of tools from another person. His client was, previously arrested and charged, but he was not convicted of the theft. And then the police returned the items that were allegedly stolen to the alleged actual owner rather than the putative thief. And Kurt is representing the guy who tried to steal the items in his lawsuit against the police for unlawfully converting his items and sending them to this other person, even though literally the items actually belong to the other person, not to Kurt's client. It's so fucking funny. That's a great lawsuit. So whatever that is, I guess personal injury. But okay, let's do this. Let's start. I've dilly-dallied for an hour. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Waters. Good to see you, sir. Good morning, Chief Justice Kitchen. May it please the court. I'll start out with my 5 minutes, and I'll start by saying I also agree that those are important. That's something I always talk about with juries and the importance of their oath. And I think that that's also recognized very strongly in this court's case.
Okay, so real quick housekeeping from the first part of this. Oh, shit, the echo. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry. Unprofessional streamer. Thank you. That's my bad on that. Okay, so Alex Murdaugh's lawyer, Dick Harpootlian, went first, and they explained that each lawyer will receive 20 minutes of oral, and the first 5 minutes will be uninterrupted. The justices on the South Carolina Supreme Court will not ask any questions of these gentlemen in the first 5 minutes. And then once that 5 minutes has passed, they can interject and ask questions to them. It allows the lawyers the opportunity to get out any critically important things, and also to frame their argument, frame their case. So again, this is the state's attorney who has come up because Dick Harpootlian has already completed his time. That was in a previous live stream. You're welcome to go watch it if you really want to. Bulldozer74 says, I didn't know I'd be competing for interesting hairstyles tonight. Also, echo. Bulldozer, what's your hairstyle tonight? I guess I could go to your channel or something and check. That seems racist. See, yeah, I don't know if whatever. I got to get back to the show. As for you guys, you have a very important task this evening. It is to distract me as much as possible with super chats, super tips, Rumble rants, and of course, the most important thing are gifted memberships over on YouTube. And self-acquired memberships as well. Look, join up to the channel if it's something you like. If you enjoy the entertainment and the atmosphere and the community, you probably need help mentally, but because of that makes you vulnerable to me saying you should give me your money. I think that's how that works. I think that's why it's a crime. But I don't care about committing those. So anyway, you're welcome to do that. This is all mostly a joke. It's just a reminder to people that those things are there. Happy to engage with them. There's no requirement to do that to watch the show, and we're gonna go right now. But feel free to make fun of me. Again, check out Super Tip clerk.gg/RL, and you can check out, the custom voices that we have. And there's more custom voices to come, but you can check those out, and you can shit all over me with voices of people that I know personally, or you can make funny jokes from all sorts of others.
Law and case law of other jurisdictions, and that this court has expressed that jurors are presumed to take that oath very seriously, that they're presumed to be people of ordinary firmness, that they are not presumed to blow with the winds of every opinion that swirls around them. And so I think that's an important place to start.
Oh my God, you're
when we
so
look
boring.
at this particular case. And when we look
Not
at
as
this
boring
particular
as your
case,
dad
what
in
we are
bed.
talking about is what Justice Toll described as a few fleeting comments. And in the face of that, we have to consider
What do you think
a
about that?
6-week trial with almost 90 witnesses, with almost 600 exhibits, with Judge Newman, with the entire prosecution team, with the entire...
Everyone fails. Everyone gets an F. This is unacceptable. Dick Poot gets an F. Waters gets an F. There's that one judge, that one female.
Okay, so a reminder as to why I'm doing this. One of the reasons is because Kurt's a special creature, and I think more people should watch him than do. I'm trying to help him out. Kurt is going to analyze these two veteran lawyers. Dick Harpootlian's been practicing for 51 years. This other guy, decades. And he's going to say all these things about how bad they are at what they're doing. And he's wrong. Like, he's wrong the whole time. So he gave Dick Harpootlian an F because he didn't understand why Dick Harpootlian, I'm going to say that so many more times, why Dick Harpootlian would want to first create an affable rapport with the South Carolina Supreme Court justices, and then deliver a story about how the factual scenario amounted to a deprivation of the right to a fair trial. Okay, so now the state's attorney is going up. Kurt's already giving him an F. I don't know why yet. We're going to see. But it's amazing. Kurt believes that the practice of law involves going somewhere and reciting a legal principle as if reading it off of a technical manual is effective. In some sort of perfect society run by robots or whatever, which has really greasy porn, but that perfect society run by robots, maybe just going up and giving a pure legal analysis and legal argument is sufficient. But that's not how reality works. That's not how it goes. You need to actually tell a story. You need to engage your audience, who in this case is a set of old justices, and you need to make them feel like the Sixth Amendment was violated. You need to make them feel like the right to a fair trial has not been given to this man, that it's somehow partially their fault, and that it's incumbent upon them to rectify this. You need to make them feel that, because you're not going to logic them into that. They're going to feel that. When they feel that, they're more likely to read the factual scenario and the legal scenario favorably to Murdaugh. Now, Harpootlian has, in some ways, the easier job here. All his job is to find any one thing in this that amount, or an aggregation of little things, but any one thing that is sufficient to say, and because of this, we can't be sure that the jurors' decisions for the verdict were purely made. They were made without improper influence. If he finds any improper influence occurred, the legal outcome is that his client should get a mistrial. if it occurs at all, because there are rules that say that they can't, it's rule 606 or 604B. That rule, we talked about it in the last stream, specifically says the jurors are not able to self-assess what influenced their decisions, because people aren't any good at that. They're not any good at figuring out why they want something. Like, you have no idea why you want Arby's today. Like, you just do. You're like, curly fries sound really good. They sound really good. I mean, they just do. But really, you're thinking about that roast beef, right? And that's because you spent a long night at the strip club. And so you're thinking about roast beef. You're like, curly fries are good. I went Arby's. I don't know why. You can't measure like how much Cassandra's nethers influenced your need to have a roast beef sandwich. Like, you can't do that. You may be cognizant of it. You may not. You may not even remember Cassandra, because you may have been doing blow off of her ass. Your all night could be dictated by so many things, and you might not remember why now you want a roast beef sandwich. All you know is that you kind of want to eat it vertically. And you're like, this is good. I think this is called a sneeze sandwich. And you may not have any idea of what influences brought you there. People are bad at self-assessing the things that have influenced their decision-making. So whether and to what extent those things did influence a juror is irrelevant. It's a hypothetical juror standard. So it's a hypothetical juror. Would they be exposed to this statement, and could this statement unduly impact their decision-making? That's the questions. If you can convince a judge that that happened, then you win.
Female judge who asked a lucid question. She gets a C. Everyone else gets an F. You all need to see me after class. This is horrific.
Defense team.
Literally, he's the worst professor on the fucking planet. It's so funny. He thinks he's great at it. He's like, no, I'm really good at teaching the law. Okay, Kurt.
And all of that presentation over 6 weeks, and to get there and to do what ultimately is the analysis, is we have to assume that at some point prior to deliberation, during the presentation of evidence, with all of that going on, some jurors like, well, I didn't know what I was going to do, but Miss Becky said, watch his body language, and that made the difference. And I would submit to you that is simply not a finding that is justified in this evidence. It's not a finding that's justified under what we know about jurors, and it's not a finding that's justified by what the jurors said in this particular case. Now, to sort of detail my analysis in my free 5 minutes that I have here before the questioning comes, is we have 606, and we've got two issues. We've got number one is what happened, and then we've got number two, which is how do we analyze that particular issue. And when we start,
here we go. Jessica Carlson says Becca Boo was totally influenced. Yes, Becky, that bitch, Becky Hill, I believe. That bitch Becky is the court clerk of the county in which Murdaugh was being tried. She decided that she was going to write a book based on the case. And she decided this and said it prior to the case. And she indicated that book sales would benefit, that she wanted a lake house, that she was going to write a book to hopefully generate the funds for the lake house, and that book sales would be better with a guilty verdict. These things happen. That's the testimony from another court clerk that was brought in, there that was requested to be brought in to help Becky, that bitch. She purportedly said this. Becky would then go on to make statements during the trial, such as, oh, he's going to testify? That's crazy. Wah! And she would say stuff like, wow, his lawyer's talking. Why don't you make sure you watch his body movements and see if he's trustworthy? She would say things like that. Also, apparently, Becky, that fucking bitch, would ride home with some of the jurors. So she would actually, she would take carpooling rides with some of the jurors and things like that. And so some jurors have testified to these statements being made by this woman. So the question is, did those statements get made? And if those statements were made, would they influence a hypothetical juror? Not did they influence a real juror? Would they influence a hypothetical juror? And that's that. So that's the background of what is being alleged here. They have under oath testimony to all of the things I just said. So now this guy's job is to get up here and argue that under oath testimony is not reliable for whatever reason, that it didn't happen, or that a hypothetical juror could not possibly be influenced by these statements, or that the judge's curative instructions at jury instructions somehow rectified any potential damage, because the judge said, now you'll judge impassionately and only based on the facts and evidence that I have told you are important. That's how you will make your decision and render your verdict. And that curative instruction would be sufficient to overcome that bitch Becky's statements. So again, that's his role right now, is to say, this didn't happen. If it did happen, it was of no influence. And also, Becky, we like her.
With what happened, that is obviously a...
You mean like issue, rule, analysis, conclusion? You mean like what exactly happened? Like what is the issue? How do we analyze it? What is the rule?
So issue, rule, analysis, conclusion is the IRAC format for the construction of legal writing and legal analysis. You say, this is my issue. Blah, blah, blah. Becky's a bitch. This is the rule. Rule is 606B, which says we can't go to the jurors' state of mind about the influence they suffered, only whether or not a potentially damaging statement was made and accessible to the juror. Analysis is like, well, now we saw the rule. Rule is 606. Analysis, if we analyze this thing, what's it look like? And then you go to both sides of the argument. Sometimes the analysis section is called the argument section. Actually, funny that Clerk calls it the analysis section, because it's, when you're a litigator, it's the argument section. Litigators look at it that way. But the IRAC format is applicable in all legal writing. So Clerk calls it the analysis section because he's typically reading opinions of justices or judges. And those opinions are analysis. They're not argument. They don't need to make an argument. They're analyzing, and then they're going to deliver their legal conclusion. Similarly, research attorneys, when they're writing a synthesis or writing a brief or whatever for a partner who's involved in litigation, they're going to write it as analysis typically as well. But litigators, when you talk to them, they're going to say, you're going to say issue or intro, rule, argument, conclusion. So that it's just a little inside baseball for you guys coming from the third baseline.
How do we analyze that rule? What conclusion? You mean that? You mean like IRAC format? Oh, okay. Great. That'd be great. Yeah.
credibility and fact-finding effort by the trial.
And then this is great from the other lawyer, Nate. Does it cross Kurt's mind that the briefing would have covered the issue? No, he is. That was one of the first things I noticed in the other video. The briefing would have covered the issue, rule, and explanation section, so the oral arguments can be solely focused on the analysis. Oral arguments are rarely actually either beneficial or detrimental to the case. Your goal at oral argument is usually not to have your case screwed up by you. Like that's your main goal. Your briefing is where your main argument takes place. It's where your citations are. It's where they're going to go and look at, did you do the work? What did you find in the work? What are the cases that are analogous to this? How do you synthesize those cases together and tell this story through those principles? That's all being done on the writings, on the briefings. Your oral argument is your opportunity to not screw up your case, to answer questions that the judges may have. They're going to confront you on some issues and say, what, and generally the judges are not hostile to either attorney. the judges literally have a question that they want answered. For whatever reason, they want an answer for it from the person that they ask. Hey, I'm struggling with this when I'm reading these briefs. What about this? This is what I was thinking of, or this is what I read somewhere else that maybe you missed. What about this case that you didn't cite? Why didn't you cite it? Have you read it? Are you familiar with it? You know that this case says this. They're going to ask these questions, and they might be resolving an issue. They might also just be making a statement. Both of them happen. You know, this is a public case, and they may have something to say about it. But oral argument, that's not. Kurt was going through. He was having conniption in the first section because he's like, I can't believe they're talking about all these facts and not about the law. Where the questions about the law. It's like, well, they don't have any questions about the law, Kurt, right now. Like they're concerned about the factual reality here, the fact pattern that exists before them. You know, they have to deal with the factual record, and they have to figure out if it amounts to what happened. And of course, they already know the rule. There's not a question of the rule and its interpretation or application. There's only, do we have the facts that fit the rule? And so he couldn't figure that out. But yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Trial court. This court is very clear that the trial court, because this is not like a trial, this is a procedure that is in the discretion of the trial court, and ultimately any credibility findings, fact findings, this court respectfully would defer to. And so to determine that, what exactly happened? And this court ultimately credited the 11 jurors. And so what do we have with those 11 jurors? We have one juror saying that Ms. Hill said this is an epic day and the defendant is going to testify. All right. And then we have another juror who says, watch his body language. And beyond that, the court clearly.
To be clear, the juror didn't say that. You couldn't. That bitch Becky did. She said it. I don't like the way he said that because it implied that a juror said that, but a juror did not say that. A juror said that Becky said that. Just to clear that up.
Did not credit Juror Z. And I'll get into more about that, but there's plenty of the support in the record why the court could not credit what Juror Z said. Juror Z was ambivalent. Her answers were all over the place. None of the other jurors heard all those egregious statements. She couldn't even remember all of these egregious statements when she was on the stand. She said, I don't remember them. All of these things that really would take this analysis into a different level, she didn't remember. So when we boil it down to what happened, we're talking.
Okay. I mean, really at this point, what I really want to do at this point is just get a transcript of this entire hearing. And I want to run it through like
ChatGPT, your best friend, your only friend, the only one that can't smell you. Of course you do. Of course you do. Why do you need to run it through ChatGPT? Aren't you a fucking person? Don't you have a mind? Can't you analyze something and come up with it? Oh, wait, you don't know how to human. That disk wasn't put into your drive. Someone needs to shove it in your ass, Kurt. Sorry, I'm personally upset.
ChatGPT or Gemini or something to be like, here is an oral argument at a recent court case. Can you rate this on a scale of like, how good is this Supreme Court worthy? Figure out the right question to ask, but like, how would you rate this in terms of professionalism, I guess, for lack of a better description?
So the other lawyer, Nate, this is an interesting analysis here. He says, I do think Harpootlian has a better argument on this point. I agree. But I don't know whether it wins the day or just gets a remand for the trial court to consider the testimony of Egg Lady and Juror Z. Yeah, the other lawyer, Nate, that's a tough one. But here's the thing. If the Supreme Court sends us back on remand to consider the testimony of Egg Lady and Juror Z, they know they know this thing's coming back. They know it's going to at least go back to the appeals court if they send it back on remand. And if the statements were made in the presence of the jury and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the first question he asked to Harpootlian, and Kurt didn't understand why, was, can we consider the statement of the egg lady? Can we consider egg lady's statements? And Harpootlian says, I hope you do. I hope you do. If the court can consider egg lady's statements, absent refutation of her under oath testimony, we know then that statements were made, and those statements, without question, have a chance to impact a hypothetical juror. And since the rule, as Harpootlian pointed out, and I don't know if it was the Chief Justice who was talking about 606, but whichever justice was talking about 606 seemed to agree that they cannot go to the level of impact on the juror. They can't analyze or criticize the impact that it had on any juror. Only that knowing that an impact is possible means an impact effectively occurred. Because that impact isn't measurable or determinable empirically, and there's no like amount that you can compensate for it, the answer is a new trial. That'd be my main thing about why they might not remand for to resolve that issue, because I think resolving that issue ultimately just points to a new trial. And this is one of those where it's baffling if they don't grant a new trial, because you're like, wait a minute, like you have the court clerk is the court effectively. It's an extension of the judge. It's like the judge's thigh or, like balls. And you have this extension of the judge right there making these statements to jurors. How can it not be impactful? I mean, the lengths that these courts go to prevent the jury from overhearing something. They'll have them go into the room for maybe an emergency voir dire of an expert witness whose credibility is challenged. They'll take him out for that. They'll have these judges will not allow any speaking objections because the speaking objections propensity to influence a juror improperly. It's crazy. Like the stuff that they say, like, oh no, this could influence a jury, makes it an unfair trial. Therefore, we don't do it. If they acknowledge that these statements occurred, it's got to be a new trial. Like that's the only reasonable outcome in my opinion. It doesn't mean that's what it's going to be, but to me that's what it said. That's what I believe is the only reasonable outcome. Speaking of reasonable outcomes, Jenny LJ coming in just out of nowhere, like a drive-by in what experts call the ghetto, dropping 5 beautiful, rigid, turgid, veiny members on the chat. Jenny LJ, that is very naughty of you. Very, very naughty for you to come in and do that. Without asking, have you heard of consent? You haven't. You haven't even heard of it, have you? Thank you for that, Jenny. I'm really glad that you were ignorant on the issue of consent and you decided to shove your member in the faces of the chat. Thank you for doing that. That brings us to 9 members so far this stream. And the more, the merrier. I would like to do a member stream midweek at some point. Even if I'm also trying to get in the habit of because I always budget 3 hours for streams. I'm like, I got to do at least 3 hours, which is a bad habit. It's an old habit. And it's because Rush Limbaugh existed. And he did 3-hour shows. And that's, that was kind of the model, even though he didn't really do a 3-hour show because he had all the fucking commercials. So because of those, but like, that's where I go to. I'm like, when I look like, can I do a stream right now? It's like, God, fuck, I need 3 hours. I also know I ramble too much. I need to get in the habit of doing like just boom, 1 hour live streams, like in the middle of the day on just one topic, come in, hit it. Like, if I have 2 hours of time, it's like I can sit down, do a 1 hour live stream. It could be a lot of fun. People can pop in and have a blast with a legal issue. And then also the replay on those is a little less daunting and intimidating. So anyway, here we go. Back to this.
I'm thinking the AI is going to have a problem with this. Yeah.
Talking about Epic Day. All right, Epic Day, everybody in the courtroom knew it was an Epic Day. That is not news to anyone. Everybody knew it was an Epic Day. It is.
You're not bothered by sloppy oral argument? I can't even figure out what the issue is, really. I'm bothered by it because I can barely figure out what the issue is, and I can barely figure out what the legal doctrines that are applied are. They're not walking me through any analysis. I'm left in a sea of confusion. I don't know what's going on. I should be able to understand what's going on. It should become readily apparent.
Rare for a defendant to testify. That on its face is a neutral comment. That is not necessarily a comment one way or the other. And if anything, we've seen where instances of a jury in deliberation considering the fact that a defendant didn't testify, saying, he must be guilty because he didn't testify. That's actually been an inference that goes more in favor of the defendant than against him, the fact that he's testifying. But again, it's rare that a defendant will testify. That ultimately is a neutral statement as well. And then watch his body language. Again, that is what was found. Not don't get fooled by his comments or anything like that. That was not what was found by the trial court. Just a neutral.
I tell you what, right now I don't feel fit to practice before the South Carolina Supreme Court. I'll tell you that. I know
you aren't. You're awful. Everything you've said in this stream indicates that you should not.
I know it might be a bit of hubris, but I feel like I could do the U.S. Supreme Court. It would take a lot of work. It would take a lot of time, to be ready to play at that level. But I could play at that level. I really believe that in my heart.
Look, guys, it would take a lot of work, but I could be on top of the PGA. Like, it's going to take some investment, some good clubs, probably a lot of lessons, maybe some stretching and light yoga. But I could get out there and I could fucking drop, a couple of 68s. No big deal. I could do that with some work. I'm at that level. Like, I'm at the level where I could get to that level. Yeah, Kurt. Everybody's at the level where they could get to the level to do something. That's one of the most retarded things you've said, and that's saying something. Oh, my God. What a fucking dork. But see, here's the thing. Here's the dark secret of Kurt. Kurt doesn't believe he could get to that level. He believes right now he could stand up and deliver an argument to the Supreme Court of the United States and do it well. He can't. But Clavjez can come out here and slap his member all across my and your foreheads. Can I just walk by donging? 10 gifted memberships from Clavjez. Thank you. With it, you have a name that I have to stumble through to pronounce, but I really do appreciate you bringing it here and sharing your beautiful member with the chat. Thank you so much, Clavjez. And guys, if you get a gifted membership, make sure you just say, "Hey, man, like muchas gracias, mi muchacho, or mi hermano." Never mind. I was sorry. I was gonna start saying profane things in Spanish.
I'm not saying that I can be the best, but I've listened to a lot of Supreme Court oral arguments, and I've heard a lot of lawyers that I believe are worse than me. So I might be a bit of an also-ran, but that's okay for a first-time appearance, right? I believe I can play U.S. Supreme Court. I do not.
My favorite television show of all time was? I say was because it is tragically gone. It is tragically gone from television. It was a show called Pros versus Joes. And it was the single greatest game show, any show on television. Hosted by the not quite Greek enough Pedros Papadakis. It was a bunch of guys who were about 30 to 35 years old who could have gone pro. They were busy. Like they got like the 7 women pregnant and could only get 5 of them to knock that baby out with some plan B. And so they were just too busy to finish up their dreams and join the NHL or whatever it was. And this game show would say, okay, all right, guys, like, yeah, you could have made it. Let's check it out. And they would bring in retired professional athletes. They'd bring retired professional athletes in. And then the average Joes who could have gone pro would have to compete in sports-related competition against the former professional athletes. You have never seen a fucking humbling like this. You have never seen a humbling. Speaking of, Aaron says, I've watched a lot of MMA. I'm not claiming to be a world champion. When these guys had to get in the ring with Randy Couture for 5 minutes. And the competition was the one of you that taps out the fewest times, you're the winner. It was so fucking great. When Kevin Grant, a basketball player, Kevin Grant, like the leading blocker all time in the NBA, or he might have been second behind like Dennis Rodman, who also was on the show. When they had to play, like 1st to 10 against Kevin Grant, just volleyball spiking every shot. Oh my gosh. They had to go into the ring with Bill Goldberg, the wrestler. Like they got fucking destroyed constantly. It was so good. It was such a good show. Home run derby against Jose Canseco. It's not even close. It's not even close. God, it was the greatest fucking show. That's Kurt. That's Kurt right there. He's the Joe. Yeah, I could do it. I can do this.
I believe I can play South Carolina Supreme Court. I have no idea what the fuck is happening in this.
What was that show, Nick? Aaron, it was Pros versus Joes. And they had 3 or 4 seasons of it. And it was great. Great show. I loved every second of it. Chief Vince as a lingerie football league fan. Yeah, that lingerie football league was actually pretty cool. Like I'm not a sports person in general, but I am a women in lingerie gentleman. Like I like that as a concept, as a premise, as a medium, and as a small, but not as a large. And so I like that very much. So that was good.
I don't know what this I don't know how this is arguing. I don't know what this is doing. I don't know what the issues are. I don't know how to play this game. What game is this? I can play U.S. Supreme Court. I can't play South Carolina Supreme Court.
If you're going to stand here and say that you can't play South Carolina Supreme Court, you don't understand what's going on, you can't criticize the 2 lawyers with decades of experience, almost a century of experience between these 2 guys. And you're going to sit there from your fucking chair and be like, I don't even know what this is. But they're doing a bad job. How do you know? You don't even know the sport. That's like watching a guy play tennis and be like, why isn't he using a golf club? I can't figure it out. He should be using a 9-iron. Will you be covering any Laura Owens? I heard that's what got that one guy in trouble. He was covering Laura Owens. And then all of a sudden she's like, no, I absorbed through my skin and now I'm preggers. Yes, I'll be going through Laura Owens stuff soon. The release, the discovery release of all the criminal investigation is a thing that I'm going to go through on stream pretty soon.
Please send help.
Comment of Watch's body language. And so that is the facts, the three facts that we have to ultimately assess. So when we move on from there, then the analysis is how do we analyze that? And first of all, we have the discussion of whether or not there's a presumption of prejudice. Justice Toll, of course, found, based on this court's clear case law, that there was not. But I would agree, I would submit to you that not only because of the alternative findings, but just because of a general analysis that regardless of who had the burden, that presumption of prejudice was overcome in this particular case. And I'll talk more about that in a second. But I think ultimately the legal analysis, whichever way you go.
This guy speaks like Blur from the Transformers very fast. So what he's saying here is, and Harpootlian kind of touched on this in his argument as well. If you can show that the statements were made, there becomes a presumption that the improper statement is influential to the hypothetical juror. The government does have the ability to rebut that presumption. They can try, and so he's going to make that claim that that this presumption was successfully rebutted at the lower court.
I don't think is going to be dispositive because of the relatively non-egregious nature of these comments. They are nothing like the comments that were in the cases that have led to reversal. So let's talk a little bit about more.
I mean, can you imagine either of these guys arguing at the Supreme Court like this in the United States?
Kurt has this fetishized fantasy that he is adept at the Supreme Court because he's literally couch potatoed his way in. I mean, this is the guy who's like, I could win at Jeopardy. Yeah, these guys aren't even that smart. I sit around and it's like he forgets that he's actually seen these episodes before. He actually just kind of remembers the answers. Like he doesn't specifically, but like they're somewhere in the back of his head because he always watches the Jeopardy reruns, always on the Game Show Network. He never watches the new Jeopardy because the last time he did, I mean, those questions were just asked weird ways, and without Trebek there, it's just different, you know. That's what Kurt has done. Kurt has sat and listened to oral arguments before the Supreme Court hundreds or thousands of times. Nerd. And he thinks now that somehow has qualified him to practice in front of the Supreme Court. Oddly enough, and hilariously enough, he was hired to draft a petition for cert to the Supreme Court. And at the last minute, they fired him and went with a different lawyer who had actually gotten cert and argued before the Supreme Court before. That guy came in and the client fired Kurt, and that guy wrote the brief. Kurt got that guy's brief and put his and that guy's into ChatGPT and asked which was better. ChatGPT picked the other guy, and it was better. Kurt's brief was abysmal for one key reason. He left out an element of the case, like an element of the tort. He left out a requirement from his brief, and the other guy didn't. Now, the other guy didn't get cert, but not getting cert isn't really indicative of the quality of your brief because most cases don't get cert. But this guy's brief was better. And Kurt's sitting there screaming at the top of his lungs at ChatGPT for being so wrong. And I'm watching, and I'm just like, Kurt, you didn't put an element of the claim in your brief. It's bad. It's awful. Without this element, this issue doesn't exist. And you didn't talk about it. It's not like he omitted a counter argument or something, like he overlooked a potential weakness in his case. It'd be like saying, you're writing your brief for an appeal and you ignore the fact that there's a victim of the rape, for example. And you forget that the crime needs to have a victim to be a criminal act. That's an element of it, like to to charge and convict someone with rape, there has to be a rapee. And you just forgot to put that in there. That's how bad his omission was. And he's like, well, I think my brief's better. I think the AI's wrong. Blah, 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 blah. He has no concept of any of this shit. Buildozer74 says, Kurt sounds like he should wear a CPAP at all times. He should wear one anally.
That'd be good. Yeah, Dick Harp. They say, Mr. Harp. Yeah, Chief Justice Roberts says Mr. Harpootlian, and then Mr. Harpootlian starts with that. Can you imagine that? How?
Other lawyer, I spent a lot of time and money on law school. I could have just played Ace Attorney to become qualified. Hey, I played Ace Attorney. That game is fucking irritating. It takes forever to get through all this stupid little detective shit that you have to do. Hey, the other lawyer, Nate. Nice to see you, man. What law school did you go to?
How's that going to go? Then Mr. Yeah, Dick Harp. They say, Mr. Harp. Yeah, Chief Justice Roberts says Mr. Harpootlian, and then Mr. Harpootlian starts with that. Can you imagine that? How well is that going to go?
We see Harpootlian being an attorney of 51 years of practice would probably not address the Supreme Court of the United States in the same way he's addressing the South Carolina Supreme Court. You're retarded. You don't understand that the different circumstances merit a different approach. You can't figure that out. That goes against your autism. You're like, no, trains go on the track. Trains go on the track. Trains go on the track. Yeah, okay. But like there's light rail, there's heavy rail, there's electric rail. We've got some different things. There's monorails even some places still somehow. And you're like, no, trains go on the track though. But different trains go on different tracks for different purposes. Harpootlian probably could figure that out. He wouldn't get up in front of the Supreme Court and talk to them as if they were about to flog the help. Right? But when you're in South Carolina, before like the 5 white justices, and you're like, you can talk a little bit about how Toby had it coming. When you get in front of Ketanji Brown Jackson, you don't say that. Like, you don't say the same thing. It's 2 different scenarios. It's 2 different courts. They have different rules. They have different expectations for decorum. And they have different composition of justices who want to hear and see different things. And they're addressing different problems. State Supreme Courts are the highest appellate courts in the state, which means that, except in New York where the Supreme Court's the lowest court. But what they're attempting to do is to resolve a state legal issue that's gone through up the appellate chain. The Supreme Court isn't typically looking to do that. The Supreme Court is looking to resolve either something they have original jurisdiction over, or that there happens to be a circuit split amongst the appellate courts, which have had trouble resolving a primarily constitutional issue, and have resolved it in 2 different ways with a similar or analogous fact pattern. So the Supreme Court is trying to solve an argument between 2 circuits, whereas the Supreme Court of a state is trying to resolve the application of law or the admission and interpretation of fact by lower courts of their state. They're completely different areas of practice, even. Like the way you would approach the argument, how you would construct your argument, and how you would address the court are all so wildly different that it's 2 different worlds. It's like criminal law versus civil law. They're different things. He can't figure this out. He's like, no, I've got a technical manual. Kurt, you'd be bad before the Supreme Court too.
Not great. Lord have mercy.
of the findings that were there. In looking at the evidentiary hearing that was done, we had, of course, Ms. Hill testify, and the judge found that she was not completely credible. We had Ms. Rhonda testify. The court did not credit that testimony because Ms. Rhonda conceded over and over again that she absolutely heard nothing whatsoever of any—
Mr. Waters,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to stop you right there.
Let me stop you right there. Other lawyer Nate went to Wake Forest University School of Law in North Carolina. Very cool, man. Very cool. I went to— how many Supreme Court justices did your law school produce? Did it produce Justice Frankfurter like mine? I went to William Mitchell College of Law in St. Paul, Minnesota, which at times has produced some great legal minds, but now is just now is merged with Hamlin School of Law to become Mitchell Hamlin College of Law, Mitchell Hamlin College of Law, or something like that. So I don't even have an alma mater anymore, which is now just like it's like we're gonna try and hang on to the law school ranking, like of like shouldn't go here. But I didn't really care about what school I went to. I went late, and I needed an alternative schedule, so I went to 4 days a week of night school to do my law degree because I had family obligations back at home, and my law school was 2 hours away. But yeah, I have no law school pride. But they're also, like I said, they merged with another school. And now they're new, so now I don't join the alumni, and I don't give them any money. Billdozer says Kurt isn't allowed near a playground because children become his satellites due to the gravitational pull. So many lost little ones. I know, and then you get the 3-body problem when you have a couple of those kids. They're just launching left and right.
Since your 5 minutes is up,
thank God.
And talk a little bit more about Jersey.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saying these are innocuous comments, not to be fooled, and look at his actions, look at his movements.
You can do it, brother.
The court seems to.
Yeah, I don't know that that's Waters is trying to categorize it as innocuous. I don't know about that, man.
Mike Milichek says, I just can't believe you picked being a lawyer. What would you have picked for me? That's an interesting question. I don't think anybody has ever. I know several people who are like, oh, yeah, that makes sense because I'm an asshole who argues with people. Even though that's a misnomer for lawyers. The asshole part isn't, but like, oh, you like to argue and debate, you'd be a good lawyer. That lawyers don't argue and debate in that way, typically. But I usually get I can see exactly why you became a lawyer. What would you have picked? You're in IT, I see that. But like, what would you have picked for me? Stand-up comedian? High school government teacher? Come on. Heather, I like myself. I wouldn't do that. Suit salesman. I have recently thought, I'm like, God, I really like suits. Maybe I should open a tailor or a haberdasher or something like that. That'd be cool. That'd be fun. What a fun job. If it's my choice for you, I'd pick Marines. Oh, man, damn it. Actually, I'm a notoriously bad salesman. Stripper? Don't count me out, coach. I've got a little time left. Politician. I thought about it. I really did. But then I have a blackface picture online, so that, a strip club manager, that's not bad. Massage therapist, cheerleader. I did that one. But my shoulders were tired, so I don't know. 1980s Corvette salesman. That would honestly be the most fun job. Your clientele would all be 45 to 63 upper middle class men going like, bro, I saw a 1978 Stingray when I was 9, and now I want it. Now I want it. Just divorced my second wife, and now I need to fuck something that drives. God, that'd be awesome. A pharmacist. Ayn Rand book salesman. Yes. Have you read Anthem? Hello, sir. Welcome to my store. Have you read Anthem? That's all I sell. I sell Anthem by Ayn Rand. Have you heard of Anthem by Ayn Rand? And it's on the sign. Your store's called Anthem by Ayn Rand. I didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, have you read it? We can just read it right now. You and me together. I'll read it to you. We can read it and talk about it. Can we talk? Oh, my gosh. Hey, what's up, Sunderwear? Nice to see you. Happy to see you around. Real Patriots Party says, Nick, he'll always be a cheerleader. Embrace the gay. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Back to this.
I don't know if that's the play. But okay.
Seems to believe Juror Z when she says in her affidavit and when she testifies that these comments were made to her. However, she goes on in her affidavit to say, not to be fooled, which I understood to mean Mr. Murdaugh would lie when he testified. Look at his actions, look at his movements, which I understood to mean that he was guilty. The juror is testifying in her affidavit that.
Now, see, interestingly, those statements by the juror probably need to be excluded because they do violate Rule 606B. The juror is not allowed to testify to those things. However, it is interesting if those statements by the juror aren't excluded, they can't be included for the purpose of proving that the juror was influenced in a specific way. However, there's like this weird duality going on where that's one true thing, but the other thing is these statements should affect a hypothetical juror. It doesn't matter how it affected this juror, but this juror believing they were affected means that those statements would affect a hypothetical juror. Or I guess it doesn't mean it, but it's probative of that fact, of that fact. So it's that's interesting.
Some people figure you might have been a floofer at Ram Ranch. I would say that funny American history professor at a junior college.
The Ram Ranch. Oh my God. What a disaster.
That the effect on her was significant. Why can the court, how can the court find that certain comments that she made, take them and incorporate them in the order, but not believe what she says about the effect?
Well, two things about that. I think that, first of all, Justice Toll did not credit any of the egregious comments that she didn't even remember herself on the stand, such as won't get fooled. The only comment that was credited was what was testified by Juror P, which is watch his body language.
Other lawyer Nate says under Rule 606, I think those statements can be considered because Juror Z wasn't actually a deliberating juror. Weren't they an alternate? I think so. And that's an interesting argument. But I think we know that like a hearsay statement can be admitted for as long as it's not to prove the truth of the matter asserted, right? So we know that a statement can be divorced from purpose and can have dual purposes, etc. So I think that those statements can be considered to show that an improper statement was made and accessible to jurors. The part of the statement that can't be considered is how it influenced the juror. Because on one hand, if you have a juror come out and testify, I was influenced negatively or positively by this, then you go, oh, that's unfair. That's an unfair trial. You can't use the statements to prove that. However, I do think it is probative of whether or not those statements would influence a hypothetical juror. But it's not automatic, though, right? Because we have reasonable person standards for a reason. We know that some people subjectively are, have an objective or a subjective perspective that is irrational, unreasonable. And we know that happens, and we account for that by having a reasonable person standard. And I think that's what is going on here. The question of, would a reasonable hypothetical juror potentially be influenced by this statement? Well, we have some probative evidence that they might, because a juror believes that they were. And how much weight is given to that statement is the same way we do every other piece of evidence, right? How important is that to you? I don't think it's dispositive by itself, because you could say, well, based on this juror's testimony, I don't trust them. They're not credible. I don't think that that's actually true, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is resolvable.
Don't listen to these losers, Kurt. You'd get a standing ovation at SCOTUS, just like I'd be boxing champion of all the world if only anyone would just get in the ring with me. Nick Slurp, yum.
You're welcome, thirsty boy. This is a good question. Has Kurt forced Nate the lawyer to get his VR headset for Christmas yet? I don't know. I didn't follow up on that. Other lawyer Nate says, so you'd want to admit the statement to show that there was in fact an effect on the juror, but without specifically getting into what the effect was. I might not be explaining this right. It doesn't matter if there was an effect on this juror. That's what doesn't matter. What matters is, could this statement affect a hypothetical juror? Because since it is impossible, there is no empirical method for measuring the impact of a statement on influencing a juror's decision towards guilty or not guilty. There's no way for us to measure it. It's impossible. It's an impossible thing. So then statements as to whether or not that happened are inadmissible under the rule. And that makes sense. But the question is, was a statement made that was accessible to the jurors that could influence a hypothetical juror? So then we have, was a statement made? Was it accessible to the jurors? Could that statement influence hypothetical jurors? So on issue 3, we now have a probative piece of testimony, right? We have a testimony that says, I believe I was influenced by this. Well, who cares about whether or not she was, or the juror was influenced? But because the juror believes they were influenced, we now have some probative evidence that these statements are, that they could influence a hypothetical juror. But it goes to the credibility of the witness, right? Like the same way we do, we analyze these all the time. So this is an interesting one because it seems like the statements are excludable. I think they're includable. The justices seem to indicate they believe they're includable. I think if they're included, I think Murdaugh wins. I think he wins his retrial at that point. But we'll see.
And let me, and I want you to finish your answer, but I want to ask you this. So far as the comments are concerned, are we...
Real quick, I'll address this. Life in General says, how the hell is there not a hypothetical impact then when we have a real impact on an actual juror? Okay, remember that some people believe that a jar of peanut butter is a deity. So just because, like... And so their testimony that the jar of peanut butter is God to them is probative of whether or not a jar of peanut butter can be a god, right? Like it is probative, but it's only one person and they may be irrational. And so again, we assess the credibility of the witness, and that's typically done by the trial court.
Is this court limited to only the comments that are included in Judge Toll's order, or are we able to consider all the comments that are included in the affidavits, even the egg juror affidavit?
Well,
In the name of all that's holy, I swear, if the opinion of the South Carolina Supreme Court uses the term egg juror,
Oh shit.
if Dick Harpootlian winds up winning this because of the egg juror.
This is funny to me, actually. Tim Priest says there's probative evidence that you would enjoy an anal probe. There is not. There is not. Look, what people do in their own homes and on the streets and in, the Library of Congress is up to them. My ass is exit only. It just is. Yeah, sorry, I fixed this, but there's a delay, so. Share the video, dipshit. You misspelled dip. Dio shit. That's right. Dios mío. And look at all you people. I want to see Kurt. I want to see him. Well, why did you go to his channel? Gosh, you guys are mean.
I don't know, man. I don't know what we're doing.
So this is great. I'm going to back this up just a second here because this is phenomenal. This goes to my entire premise for doing this video. And I didn't even know this was going to happen. Like I knew that it would happen conceptually, but I didn't know specifically how or when. And it happened right here. Kurt is going to admit that he doesn't know how to be a person and how to do that interpersonal exchange. He's going to admit it right now. I'll explain
The
it.
term egg juror.
Here we go. Whoops, I didn't get that
Even
far.
the egg juror affidavit.
well,
In the name of all that's holy, I swear, if the opinion of the South Carolina Supreme Court uses the term egg juror, if Dick Harpootlian winds up winning this because of the egg juror, I don't know, man.
Kurt does not understand that Dick Harpootlian using the phrase egg juror was a mnemonic that the Supreme Court of South Carolina could latch onto easily, could reference, could remember, was interesting, caught their attention, and got them thinking, and helped them remember. Beautiful. Branding and marketing. Donald Trump, small hands, Marco, low energy Jeb, Gorilla Barack. I don't think he said that one. Sleepy Joe. The simple brandings, those little monikers that Donald Trump gave, that they got people every single time. That faggot Walls. It's so easy to remember. It's like, oh, every time I think of Tim Walz, I think giant faggot. Like, perfect. Those little monikers that Trump would give out, those helped him systematically destroy the Republican field when he stormed the gates in 2016. I mean, they did. Those stupid things won an election. He does it all the time with reporters. Oh, you're so bad. You should be, what's your name? Catherine? My God, I've seen bad reporters in my day. Really awful. None as bad as Catherine, though. Bad reporter Catherine. That's what they call it. That's what we call her on Air Force One. I was walking around Air Force One the other day. You saw it. Bad reporter Catherine came up every time. Those fucking mnemonics that he would do are so brilliant. They're dumb. And by dumb, I mean they're simple. They're not complicated, which means they're easy to remember no matter what your IQ is. Kurt doesn't get it at all. Egg juror. He's like, if they put egg juror in their opinion and Harpootlian wins this, he doesn't get why Harpootlian has his casual, laid-back, nonchalant way of discussing with the South Carolina Supreme Court exactly how we practice law in these parts. He doesn't understand it. It's like he didn't even watch My Cousin Vinny.
No. I don't know what we're doing.
I would say to that is the case law is clear that the trial court has the discretion to conduct this hearing and ultimately make credibility findings, which under typical appellate law, this court would defer to. And so my argument to that is if you look at Justice Stoll's order, both her oral order and her written order, she credited the 11 and did not credit Juror Z and did not give any credence to 741, the alternate, and or the egg lady, which of course did not testify. Now there was on page 808 of the record where she says, I think we've got in terms of what she says, Ms. Hill says, and what Ms. Hill says she says. That's on page 808 of the record and talking about the egg lady juror. But ultimately, I would submit that this court in appellate review does need to defer.
Watch out, guys. I'm talking to Ice Dancer. I don't want anyone to know. I don't want anyone to know. Fuck. Ice, why would you do this to me? Why would you put this out in public? Hello, Ice Dancer. You're banned. If Kurt doesn't understand it, then it simply cannot be understood. That's true. That's true. Oh, hey, Ice Dancer. You and Nick still dating? Fucking hell. Boosh, you're going to be demodded.
To credibility and factual findings of the trial court. And the trial court only found the 11 credible. And
well, then help us understand the ostensible inconsistency when the trial court finds portions of Juror Z's affidavit credible and just carves out and doesn't deal with the part that dovetails with the alternate jurors' testimony, which is far more prejudicial.
Is amazing. Ice Dancer says, sorry, I meant to DM you that. How embarrassing. Really, you should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. I mean, I cannot believe you would do that. It's my fault, though. I'll groom you harder. I'll groom you harder. Wait a minute! Gary, how dare you? I'm sending you nudes immediately.
Sure.
How do we do that?
Well, so we're looking for, I would submit from an appellate court's
$5 Canadian from Isabel Live. I love watching live with you. Thank you. I appreciate that too.
I love watching people die with you. Kurt, we could watch death videos together. You've got your cool red glasses. I got my women's glasses.
All right.
Standard of review, we're looking for support in the record for those findings. And so when you look at Juror Z, okay, and first of all, you look at the 11, which she did credit, and none of those 11 heard any of these other egregious comments or anything like that. None of them.
What do we do about the order that doesn't even mention?
Sorry, I don't think I even talked about with the chick judge. The vaginal judge was saying, no, it wasn't her. Well, I mean, it was a guy though. He might be trans. I'm not sure. I didn't check yet. He said, how do we deal with this? The judge found the juror credible on some issues and then just carved out the part of the affidavit that would have been bad. That's an abuse of discretion. I mean, like that's what's going on. It's pretty obvious. Oh no, the juror's completely credible on all this stuff, but not any of the stuff that would, actually make this decision. That stuff can't believe that juror on that. That doesn't make any. Why? Like, what's the distinction between them?
That Juror Z did in fact testify about the comment, don't let the defense confuse you.
Well, I think that when you look at the order in her specific paragraph on Juror Z, what she says is that Juror Z was ambivalent And ultimately, as she goes through the analysis of what juror Z says, she's not crediting that testimony. And again, I think there's support in the record for that.
There may be, and that may carry the day for you.
Right.
Dying world.
Assume that we find
I don't know if we're
that
playing the song
that
tonight.
statement was made. Do you still have a path to victory?
That don't be fooled.
At the end of the state's case, before the defense presents its case, the statement was.
Boosh, what statement are you talking about? I've been told by a couple dozen people that I'm stupid and rude and not funny and should delete my comment. However, 2,500 others said I'm hilarious. I don't know what to do. Wait. What statement are you talking about? That sounds really interesting and controversial.
Made. Do not be confused. Do not be misled by defense and its counsel.
Right. Well, I would say, and this is like everything in this, it is a question of degree. Okay. And there could, if the clerk had come in there and held a gun to their heads and said, you better vote guilty or I'm.
This is the wrong way of going about this, Dick. Or apologize. Who are you? Waters. Yeah, this is the wrong way of going about this. Like, you need to confront the question, because what the judge is asking poorly is that a structure?
Listen to this loser. Where the judge is asking poorly. Okay. What's he asking poorly, Kurt? Please tell us.
Problem. And if it is,
yeah, see there. Oh, that's so funny. Sorry for the pause break. He says the judge is asking poorly. Is this a structural problem? The only reason Kurt says that is because that's the only thing that Kurt latched onto from the oral argument of Dick Harpootlian. He did not like that oral. He sat there through 20 minutes of oral and he said, I want my money back. The $12 I spent on this is not good. Except for this one moment where I almost finished because one judge says it was structural. And at that point, Kurt's like, oh, finally, a legal issue. It's not a fact issue anymore. It's a legal issue. Because Kurt just doesn't get the fact that Supreme Courts of states deal with fact issues all the time. Fact issues might be the way the case is resolved because they're not answering a question of legal interpretation or the application of law all the time. Sometimes they're just literally answering an appellate issue. The Supreme Court of the United States does that less often. Usually, again, they're resolving a circuit split or a matter of original jurisdiction. They're not dealing with, hey, the judge omitted these facts inappropriately. We're not questioning if 606 is good law or not. 606 is there. The question is, does 606 apply? Do we have the correct facts in this case to analyze 606? And are they within the statute or are they without the statute? Do they exist? Are they present? If those statements come in, again, this case it's mistrial. That's just how it's going to be. But Kurt's now he's like, oh, finally, we're back. They must be asking about the structural problem, and they're doing it poorly, but that's the only thing that was good. And that's why Kurt brought that up. His psychology is amazing.
You're fucked. So the right response here, assuming that you can do this, because I don't know if the law will allow you to make this argument, but here's the answer you want to argue for, assuming it's possible. You want to argue for, well, Your Honor, yes, we still have a path, because the question isn't just whether the statement was made. The question is whether or not it influenced the jury. Okay, that's the thing you say. And then you say, well, 606B allows this inquiry, because I think you can read it that way. And the question is, did it have an effect? And if it didn't, then, no harm, no foul. So you need to.
The question isn't, did it have an effect? That's against the rule. How are you bad at this? The rule specifically says it doesn't matter if it had an effect. It's if it could have an effect on a hypothetical juror. That's the question. Not if it did have an effect. If the question is if it did have an effect, we wouldn't be at the Supreme Court here, because We have testimony that it did, but they can't include that can't be a fact, as weird as that sounds. But again, I think the statements are still probative and admissible. I just think they can't be used to prove the truth of the matter asserted. Almost, it's like a hearsay. It's like overcoming a hearsay objection. It's like, well, that is not used to prove what it says, but what it says is evidence of this other thing, and we should use it for the evidence of this other thing. That's a good way to do it. I'll analogize like a lawyer.
Take it out of the structural and take it into something that is non-structural, and then be like, well, then you either say 606 allows us to do this, or 606 itself is bullshit, and you can.
They're not challenging 606. Live in General says, watching this makes me question everything I've heard come out of a lawyer's mouth on YouTube. Ooh, interesting. Expand on that while we watch, please. I'm curious what you mean.
You can kind of do that because it was the defense obviously asking for it, right? It's the defense saying that we need to make this inquiry, and Constitution beats rule, right? So you could try to say, well, 606 be that as it may, but it was the defense who was asking for this entire inquiry because of constitutional reasons, according to them. And so 606 is neither here nor there because the Constitution required it. And having done it, though, we found it was non-prejudicial and right? So those are the kinds of...
What are you talking about? No one's challenging the constitutionality of 606. They're asking effectively if 606 can be used to exclude these statements because they contain, they contain statements about the outcome. So can the statements be included at all?
Clerk can be bebop, and his shadow can be rock steady. Shit is heavy enough. Homie makes SCOTUS swoon with that delish pizza cast and micropene. And what the fuck is that smell in his house?
Decaying feet. Decaying feet. Working, that's what I'm saying. Damn, Nick, that shirt is fly, boy. Trustworthy ones like Legal Eagle know their stuff. God, can you imagine? Mike Milichek, I must go to bed. Have a great night, all. Thanks for stopping by, Mike.
Arguments you want to make, right? You need to say, okay, your Honor's question is inviting a structural analysis. That is not appropriate. Instead, we need to do a merits analysis. And here's how to do it, right? That's the way to make this line of argument, not whatever is happening right now. Okay.
I'll shoot you all. I probably wouldn't even be arguing that's not structural error, okay? But everything is a question of degree. I'm not going to concede that if those statements were credited and...
I'm not sure you can have both those things at the same time, incidentally, Waters. I'm not sure you can say, yeah, if they point a gun, I wouldn't say it's structural, but it's a matter of degree. I'm not sure that's really how that works at that point. But okay.
Are part of the...
Wait, he wants it to work that way, though. He has to make the argument. What do you want him to do, Kurt? Soldier of Providence says, why does my car have a speedometer that goes over 100 and laws are being passed to limit magazine capacity? Biden threatened to use F-16s on Americans. Well, thank you for stopping by. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with all of that. Hopefully your car has a speedometer that goes over 100 because your car goes over 100 because it's fucking fun. Why does Kurt look like a red baby that eats babies? Because he hasn't put green powder all over his skin yet today. But yeah, Soldier of Providence, thanks for the donation. I appreciate that. Should we make I don't know.
the review that our path to victory is not harder, but I think you have to look.
Michael Stetson says cars in the 80s had speedometers that only went to 85. Yes, but do you know why? That was much more about the in the 1980s, the national speed limit on the international or the interstate highway system was capped at 55 miles per hour. And so, since 55 miles per hour was kind of the upper limit of acceptable travel speeds at the time, the speedometers tended to only go to 85 miles per hour because that would put the 55 past 12 o'clock. If it was at 12 o'clock, they'd be like, oh, I can go faster. Psychologically, to put the 55 at about 2 o'clock, then have the remaining 35 miles per hour kind of go down. That was a sort of a trigger to get people to that 55 mark consistently. They would, in the 90s, I think they dropped that 55 speed limit and allowed the states to control the interstate highways, speed limits within their state. And that's when we started getting the 70 mile per hour speed limits.
Look at that in the context of this entire trial and when those particular statements were made.
Right. And I think context is important too. We all can cherry pick some of these that are on the surface innocuous. Epic day, big day. And when viewed in isolation, they don't move the needle, arguably. But
on my Mustang, I think the speedometer, I haven't looked at it for a while because it's been away all winter. I think the speedometer goes to 210 or 220, but I believe it is electronically capped at 185. I believe so. I've gotten it to 161. I don't know. Going much faster than that, like, that's scary. It's scary shit for a couple reasons. One, I think it's a felony. I don't remember what day it was, cops, so I'm not going to admit to shit. Fuck off. Two, so yeah, if you get pulled over, you're in big trouble. Two, if like a deer comes out in front of you, you're fucked. You might die. Three, you turn on that wheel even a little bit, and it you have a good chance of losing control pretty quick. And then those are the main ones. Those are the main ones. If you're on a track though, a closed course track, and you're not going to run into a fucking deer or something, it'd be pretty cool. Track mode should kill that fuel cutoff, and yes, it's a felony, lol. Track mode's pretty amazing. It's a blast. The reason his 1980s car had an 85 mile per hour speedometer is he had an economy car. My Ford Escort had a 130 miles per hour back then. Yeah, but dude, like Corvette Stingrays in like 78 and 79 had 85 mile per hour speedometers on them.
when those seemingly innocuous statements are considered in the aftermath of the originating statement, not to be confused and misled by the defense.
Yep, I'm there for it.
Those initial innocuous statements take on a very nefarious message.
I could not argue otherwise, that would absolutely be a question of degree. However, I don't believe that just ends the inquiry right there, because you still have to analyze it in the context of all of the factors and everything that went on. And so to look at that, let's look at all of the things, and let's assume that we're limiting to what I contend Justice Toll found, which again, when I say innocuous, I'm saying relatively not egregious. I'm not saying that the clerk should be saying watch his body language, okay? But that is a far different comment from what you're talking about right there. But even if we add that in, we're still talking about a limited, number of jurors who saw that, and then we're putting that in the context of where that occurred.
A limited number of jurors. I'm not. Yeah, it was only a couple jurors though. Yeah. So what? It was only one juror who took a bribe. Yeah, that's definitely not how any of this works. 11 members of the jury didn't take a bribe. It was only one member of the jury who took a bribe.
Here's some good, I guess, logical reasoning from Kurt. It's like it doesn't matter because if one juror's opinion matters. So since one juror's opinion matters, then it doesn't matter if it's 1 or 12.
Nicka us all what we came here for and play the damn Kurt song and not that shitty ass emo version.
We'll see. I don't know. Maybe you guys will be able to convince me to play the Kurt song. Maybe you won't. Soldier of Providence says, my point being, why make a car that can go faster than the speed limits? Why is that legal, but an extended mag or a 30-round mag is bad or illegal? Well, let me challenge your perception a little bit here, because this is interesting to me, and it took this for me to understand kind of the answer to that question. Is the speed limit the law? Or is the law that it becomes a criminal act to travel at an unreasonable speed? Which one is it? I'll wait for your answer. I'm waiting for your answer. It's very dramatic. So it's kind of a hybridization of the two. I'm trying to make an analogy between cars and speed limits and guns and magazine capacity. Okay, we can address that in just a second. This is kind of an interesting thing about speed limits, though, because people go, "Oh, well, exceeding the speed limit is unlawful," but it isn't. Traveling at an unreasonable rate of speed is unlawful. The speed limits are the presumptive reasonable limits. So we say traveling at an unsafe rate of speed is unlawful and will be addressed. And then we say 65 miles per hour is the reasonable speed on this road. But there are conditions under which you can exceed that speed because reasonableness changes for whatever reason. Maybe you need to pass, you're passing a car and then something happens and you need to pass that car faster than normal. Well, now you exceed the speed limit, but you do so because to not do so would cause, some sort of danger that exceeded the reasonableness of the speed's danger, for example. And it makes the speed that you're going to, it changes like what reasonableness actually is. It's now reasonable for you to go 75 miles per hour instead of 65, for example, to make sure you pass this car in time because you're coming up on a narrow bridge, or you're coming up on some car that's obstructing traffic in the other lane and you need to get back out of it. All right. Maybe you have a severe medical condition of a passenger. You have a medical emergency. You need to get to a hospital. So you travel at an excessive rate of speed compared to normal. But you do so because the reasonableness calculus has changed. You now have a much more pressing issue that has someone in danger, and you're able to resolve it by going a faster speed. That faster speed becomes reasonable in that moment. All right. So the speed limits are, and more as I think about it, the law and explaining it is really about conceptualizing presumption. It's about conceptualizing presumption because the law is very flexible in all sorts of ways under the right circumstances, like a good stripper, girlfriend, or esthetician. And the ability to be flexible relies entirely on the idea of presumption rather than strict liability. So we presume that traveling in excess of 65 miles an hour is unreasonable. Therefore, it is. But then I come back and say, well, if I didn't travel faster than 65 miles an hour, my wife, who was had gone into labor while we were out on the road away from home, she now is in danger, and so is the baby. So now we have 2 lives that are in danger. If we go slow, we need to go faster. There's a tornado coming. We need to now exceed the speed limit to get away from it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Overcoming those presumptions changes changes the outcome. And so to answer your question, why would you make cars that can go faster than the speed limit? It's because sometimes going faster than the speed limit is reasonable, which makes it lawful. And, medical emergency is an affirmative defense to speeding. Like that is. And similarly, passing, or being in a passing lane or a passing procedure and needing to accelerate accelerate beyond the speed limit to safely complete the pass is sometimes a reasonable outcome. Montana's speed limit used to be reasonable and prudent on its interstates. Literally, that was what it was. Reasonable and prudent. They didn't have a number on it. At night, it went to 65, for example. But so there's that. Making an analogy for the guns and magazine capacity, the reason that they make magazines of any capacity is just because a manufacturer can create something that works reliably and delivers more utility that is desirable by the market. So that's why they make magazines that'll take 30, 50, 70 rounds. The real question is, why do they regulate them down? What do they think they achieve by regulating down a 100-round drum magazine to a 10-round to a 10-round magazine? What is the benefit there? Does that have some measurable impact that is within the government's interest and therefore able to, and is the least restrictive means to achieve that interest? I don't think they do, but they've been able to successfully do it a couple times. I don't know how to make the analogy you're looking for, because I think you're saying if we're gonna limit magazine capacity to 10, why do they make 30-round mags? For example, if I'm wrong on that, I'm sorry. What if you made your own car from scratch? How would you make it lawful to drive, given it has no make, model, or year? Your car needs to get a license plate, and that license plate comes with a registration tag. Typically, some states require inspection to get your registration tag. Whether your state requires inspection or not, they do require a year, make, and model. If you have a custom-built car, I believe every state actually does have a process to have your hobby car inspected. It has to meet, any sort of existing emission standards and safety standards that are present. The car is still regulated in its manufacture, and so you have to do that. But hobby cars tend to have actually reduced standards, because they're not being made by a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Lots of people make kit cars that are replicas, or resto mods or whatever. So this actually, this isn't a crazy question at all. But your state already has laws on how to handle that issue. So a traditional license plate goes on a street legal car from a recognized fleet. Other cars can go on the street. You have to have a license. or like a motor vehicle registration. And that process is a little different in every state and has different rules. You just have to follow those rules, and there's likely an inspection process for it.
That's definitely not how any of that works. Yeah.
Okay, it occurred during the middle.
I can't have an extended mag. I'm just trying to figure out the borders of what is legal. I mean, really, the answer to your question is we need like the Second Amendment Foundation to challenge these successfully in court, because we need advocates to actually attack the constitutionality of these restrictions. There's no logical reason why you should have a limit on your magazine capacity. Yeah, Soldier of Providence. My point, thank you, by the way, for the super chats. I appreciate them. My point being, why make a car that can go faster than the speed limits? Why is that legal? But an extended mag or 30-round mag is bad or illegal. So what you're looking for is a rational connection to analogous. They're somewhat analogous concepts. There isn't a rational difference in this. It's why is cocaine illegal and alcohol is legal? Why was marijuana a Schedule I drug for what, 50 years? Why were these things true? Marijuana never fit into the Schedule I categorization. The coke being more damaging to your body than alcohol, or more dangerous, is pretty sus, actually. I would personally be surprised to find out that cocaine is more harmful to your body over alcohol. And I certainly think alcohol is more addictive than cocaine. And I think studies actually bear that out pretty well. In fact, most of the tasks you do while on cocaine, you perform really well at them. It's like you have something that improves focus, improves attention, improves, energy, improves response time. It's a stimulant. I mean, that's what they do. So it's crazy. We don't have rational laws, man. They just don't exist.
Of the defense case, not during deliberations, not right before deliberations, but in the middle of the defense case. It occurred during, I think we counted no less than 60 times that this jury was told by Judge Newman to only, rely on the evidence, to not talk about the case, to not have external influence and all the rest of that. And we have to credit that. We also have to, again, put that in the context that when and if that.
So we should have government issued coke. Why is RFK in any position in government if this isn't the outcome? I'm pissed off at that guy. Phoenix Illustrife says alcohol is the worst drug on the planet. No, it's not. There's a worse one. It really sucks. I'm not going to talk about it, but there's a worse one. It's also legal. It's crazy.
That occurred, and even assuming that there was a one bit beyond that it was attenuated from the actual point of deliberation by the rest of the defense case, by the entirety of the state's reply case, by all of the closing arguments of counsel, and by Judge Newman's very detailed charge. And so, while that would be different, I don't think that is fatal when you look at the entirety of this 6-week trial. And again, go back to what I said.
Yeah, Waters is not doing himself any favors here.
I agree with Kurt on this one. Cocaine can still be prescribed. Doctors used to prescribe cocaine. Cocaine prescription now is extremely rare. Extremely rare. But yes, cocaine is a numbing agent, is a topical analgesic. Analgesic is analgesic's a weird word. Is that it? Yeah, it's an analgesic. Yeah, I was right. Hell yeah, a drug of a drug acting to relieve pain. Yeah, it's a numbing agent and pain reliever. It's also a stimulant. It's also a it's a persuasive assistant, I guess, for some if used appropriately. And every appropriate use of cocaine is in a bathroom stall. That's true.
And he's saying things. And he's like, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, ma'am. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it's barely an inconvenience. You're selling me out here. You're not selling me. You know, the way to win this, the way to win this is not this way. You're trying to argue it's not that big.
The funniest line on the planet is hearing any woman say, "Oh, I like cocaine." We know. We know. Bathroom stall, not directly off the stripper. Well, you do cocaine off a stripper at your own risk. You never know what's coming up with it.
Good deal, like abstractly. And you can't win that. You can't win the emotional fight. You can't win this emotional fight.
Why?
So the way to win this is on the law. The way to win.
No, Kurt, you can't win the emotional fight. The way to win this is on the law. No, you can't win the emotional fight, but you don't understand why they're even having an emotional fight. You said so the whole time. This, Grim, this is actually both true and false. Jarvis wants a stripper coke equals no scabies. You will not have a damaged nasal cavity faster than you just start doing some stripper coke. I didn't know girls like coke till my new trainee at work disappeared for 2 months. She went to rehab. Try to make me go to rehab. And they say, go. Am a girl, can confirm. Love my coke. Yeah. Guys would love coke too if being careless with your cocaine use can really it can flopify your night. Like that can really it can put a damper. It's like the whole purpose of cocaine goes out the window when you get vasoconstrictive enough that your dick doesn't work. Why bother at that point? And so you have to really monitor your usage to make sure you're going to get the desired result. But that's why guys, that's the only reason guys don't like coke or don't like it more, because it literally convinces your brain that everything you do deserves a reward of dopamine. It's impossible to not like it, like really.
This is a legal fight, right? The way is to do this is by pure, cold, calculating law. It's like, here's the law, here's how it applies, here's why.
Still AI VTuber. Thank you for your service. You know how to get the job done. And they really there is nary a more harmonious interaction on the planet than saying, "Madam, I have a table for that line of cocaine if it is required." And her saying, "Why, thank you, good sir. In fact, I would like a place to put this line. If you can think of one." Of course, I have one built in. Give me just a moment. Zip. You will never find a man and woman working together better than getting a line of coke onto and off of a penis.
We win, right? It wasn't that big a deal, just the tip, though.
Wait a minute. You shut up. You're boring and fat. Miss Femme Natal is not. Like RFK, I've snorted it off toilet seats. That's brave. I'm trying to think what the worst thing I ever snorted cocaine on. Gary Busey spilled cocaine on his dog. I was reading about it in an interview that was in a magazine like GQ or some Maxim or something. Years and years ago, that was when he realized he needed to go to rehab. He had spilled some cocaine onto his dog, and he just went over the whole dog with his straw. He just getting it all. He couldn't waste it. He's like, oh, if I'm doing that, I have a problem. It's like, yes, Gary Busey. Also, I've watched your movies, and we could tell. Toilet seat is a choice. The tank lid is just fine. Some tank lids. Look, hello, lovely. Men have a misting problem in bathrooms that you have to always consider. I don't trust surfaces below tits level most of the time, or depending on, it depends on some of the logistics of the bathroom. But courteous bathrooms have that cool. I've never seen one in person, but I've seen them on like television shows and stuff. They have they have a mirror in there, and it actually flips and just levels out. It's like, oh, thanks, thank you. People making laws who have never done drugs telling you not to do drugs. I know. It really is it's a whole different world. Going from I haven't done drugs to I've done, more than just like one puff of weed or whatever. And like what you learn in the culture of it, in the experience of it, and it is a whole different world. And then you talk to someone who you can tell, you're like, well, okay, you've never been around any of this, which is good. Like, good. That's a good thing. But you can't comment on it. You have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, here we go. Back to this. Nick, do you see Eric and the Soska sisters split? Riley posted it. Now I saw some other chick was out of there, but I've seen some stuff floating around about it. I didn't know if it was confirmed. Let's see. Ricada's acting like a textbook psychopath. Send him help. Please cite the textbook. And then Sugandhi says, enough junkie talk. There's never enough junkie talk. Never enough.
This is not good argument. I'm ready to. I feel like I'm ready to say. I could do better than either of these people, but at this point, given the questions from the bench, I'm not 100% sure I can, because I'm not 100% sure I know what game was even being played.
You don't. That's the funny thing. That's what I love about this. Kurt is literally here like, oh, I'm going to watch this and tell you what's going on. And then he's like, I don't even know. I don't even know what they're talking about. I don't know what they're asking. And he thinks that they've done a bad job. The crazy thing is the two lawyers and however many justices all know exactly what game was played. They know exactly why those questions are being asked, and they know exactly why they're answering them in the way that they are trying, the way that they do. It's amazing. Calvin Stover Jr. says, hello, Ricada Law. What's up, Calvin? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I wouldn't do coke in a women's restroom. Bring the girls into the men's restroom with you and do the cocaine there. This Mama Bear, that's disgusting. It's feminine. Again, if people who haven't been through it, like, you can't understand how insane. They can't understand how insane stuff gets. And it's like, no, I'm okay with this. In Letterkenny, which is a pretty funny show, about a Canadian town with like a strong Irish ethnic heritage. Funny show. But yeah, there's two characters who keep going back and forth about where they have done cooking. They'd say, I hoovered schneef is how they say it, but it's doing coke, like all the different places that they've done it. And it's amazing. Again, President Donald Trump's bathroom. That's mine. That's mine. Soldier Providence says, who wants to debate the 18th Amendment? Who doesn't? I don't know. Who does? Would you trust Cokehead Nick over AOC? It depends. Depends what you're trusting us to do. Like, I bet she twerks better than me.
To the retard who said alcohol is the worst drug on the planet. Have you not seen the bath salt zombies roaming in South Florida?
I mean, when you put it that way, that's like a pretty decent argument. It was the 18th prohibition, or was it 17th prohibition? I can't remember. The 19th was a prohibition on common sense. Okay. So here we go. Back to this. Back to Kurt not understanding. And finally, Kurt's like, I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm doing here, which is amazing. It's amazing that Kurt got to the place of him admitting, I don't know what is happening.
It's like, this is me saying, I think I can play the game. This is me like saying I can play cricket better than a cricket player. It's like, as opposed to football. Like, I understand the rules of football. So that's just hubris. If I said I could be a better football player.
No, the White House bathroom coke was Nick's all along. I have not been to the White House. It was Mar-a-Lago.
A football player, because I understand the rules of football. I have no idea what the rules of cricket are. Am I watching a cricket match right now? Because I don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Ultimately, at the beginning of my argument here is that for that to happen, you'd have to conclude that with all of that going on, with this massive evidentiary presentation, with multiple instructions from the trial judge, with all of these arguments of counsel.
So you're distinguishing a day-and-a-half long burglary third trial from this trial?
No, sir. But what I am saying is that I do think time matters. I do think.
But you would agree that at the end of a Berg third trial with a guilty verdict, the judge finds out that the clerk of court was back in the jury room saying something like, well, that defendant's not going to testify. But I just want to let you know, this is the 5th time he's been up here for a burglary.
Boosh says, did you know people who are high up in DHS do coke? I didn't tell you that. Just asking if you know. Yes. I know specific U.S. prosecutors who do coke regularly. It's everybody just pretends it's like the worst thing on the planet. Like everything, it has the potential to do significant harm. People have the potential to get hooked on it or whatever.
Third. So don't, I just want you to know that. Right. Egregious or not?
Your Honor, if that were the case, I would be very hard pressed to argue otherwise.
Okay, so help me out with this. If we craft a standard.
Right-wing extremism says DC runs on alcoholism and cocaine. That's true of so much, so many industries, except tech now, I think, runs on ketamine and Adderall. That's the difference we have going there.
Based on the length.
The Ghost says, Uncivil, I don't think they win even if they argue that. Defense in their papers argued that Toll used the wrong standard regardless, as South Carolina's nonconformance with national.
Yeah, you gotta get the get the uncut stuff.
Well, so then you have one of two options then, if that's your posture.
I wasn't paying attention to what Kurt said. I was talking to my friends. Debbie Baker gifted 5 memberships. Hey, thanks, Debbie. Welcome to the stream. Always a pleasure to have you around. Debbie is brought us to 24 YouTube members for the stream tonight. Thank you for that. Really happy to see you guys bring more members to the chat. Look, Bonnie Blue has set the bar. And one day, we're going to have to plan it and do a 24-hour stream and see if we can get more members than Bonnie Blue. We'll have to try that out. Okay, I need to go back. Kurt now, you know what Kurt looks like right now? He looks like the guy in like the 90s action movie who's on the phone. He's like, no, you got to cut the yellow wire first, and then you have to take off the red wire and thread it into the blue. Like, you got to do it, and you got to do it now. You have 19 seconds once you start. You understand? And if you fuck it up, half of New York is gone. That's what Kurt looks like right now. That's the look on his face. Look at his eyes. Look at the panic. Look at this man. He just... He's going to cut the wrong one. Ms. Feminitel, it's all about your dealer. You know, my guy pulled out I watched him open like a kilo that he got in the mail. It was amazing. That was one of the wildest things. I'm like, you just got that in the mail? He's like, yeah. Yeah, it comes in the mail all the time. Fuck did you do that? Okay, I want to see what Kurt said here because I missed it. Again, I was distracted by more interesting things.
Okay. Well, so then you have one of two options then, if that's your posture, right? If the defense argues that Toll used the wrong standard because South Carolina's nonconformance with national, you kind of have two ways of going about it at that point. One is to say the lack of conformity is okay because South Carolina can make its choices in this domain, which it can, unless, of course, it's constitutional in its nature. And so unless, you have binding U.S. Supreme Court precedent or binding circuit precedent or even strongly suggestive precedent from other circuits, you could try making the argument that South Carolina might not be in conformity, but we don't have to be, and it's totally cool. So our law is great law, go team. The other way of going about that, the other way of trying to do it is being like, well, you're just wrong on what the national law requires. And it doesn't require that much. And so you could try that. And it's like, yeah, but yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not, either way, this is not, either way, I don't know 100% what the issues are.
See, Phoenix says, if you want the best high with the least downside for your money, it is weed. If everyone on any other substance switched to weed, society would be at least 420%. So here's the problem for me. if I smoke weed, I'm asleep. I'm asleep the moment it kicks in. So if I smoke, once I smoke a sufficient amount to get high, I'm asleep in 15 minutes. If it's an edible, 45 to an hour. And there's no way around it. The depressant effects of it hit my narcolepsy right in the fucking dick, and I'm done. I don't like it at all. I don't like the foggy effect of it. Weed is a nightmare for me. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Here you go. Hello, lovely. Downers are boring. Yeah, and that's why I never did meth. I would never do meth. Too horrifying. And I would never do opioids because one, they make me sick. I've only ever had them after surgeries. They always make me vomit. I don't like them, so I don't take them anymore. But the other thing is, like, they're depressants. I don't want that. The only depressant I've ever liked is ketamine, but that's because when you take enough for it to do that, it's a full body hallucination. It's one of the craziest experiences. You can go looking for God and you'll find him. Okay, here we go. Back to Kurt.
Because no one's really making it clear at least in their oral presentation.
The funny thing is everyone has made it clear in their oral presentation. You just don't get it. You don't understand how people communicate, so you don't understand what they're trying to say. You're hanging close to the issue. You're stuck on this idea that they need to resolve a matter of law. They don't. They need to determine if this factually happened. There is a legal question involved. The legal question says that the judge improperly excluded statements that are probative and admissible. That's the question. Did the judge do this right? Were these statements made? Were these statements accessible to the jury? Hypothetical juror, would they be influenced by those statements? You go, yes, yes, yes. Now you go, okay, why were these statements excluded then by the judge? Was that done properly, or was that an abuse of discretion? Because I think this is abuse of discretion, which is what Harpootlian seemed to think and seemed to concede to as well. And his argument is that, yes, discretion was abused. I agree. I think it's well put together. Kurt doesn't get any of that. He's like, no, you got to go for de novo. Why wouldn't you go for de novo? Why wouldn't you bring up a matter of law? So it's de novo. Because it's not a question of law. You're not trying to resolve that, Kurt.
I'm not becoming enlightened from this. I don't know what the issue is. Exactly. I don't know what the issue is. Is the issue like...
Oh, shit. That had to be not fun at all. Femto.
The South Carolina judge applied the South Carolina standards, but they weren't supposed to because the standards are broken, or they didn't apply standards, or what, it's not very clear to my mind what the issues are, what the problem is, and where the legal friction is. Do you understand from the oral arguments where the legal friction is? I mean, maybe you read the briefing and you understand.
Well, I didn't read the briefing. I understand where the legal friction is right now. It's over what 606B says about the statements that were made. Were they properly excluded from the analysis? If they're properly excluded from the analysis, he stays in prison. If they're improperly excluded from the analysis, he probably gets a new trial.
Understand from the briefing, and it's fair enough. But from the oral argument, do you even understand where the friction is? Because
Rachel Hume says, I've always wanted to do shrooms, but everyone tells me no. I have mixed feelings on them. We'll talk about it after, Kurt.
I'm not 100% sure I do. I don't know what's going on. I'm just very confused on civil.
What do you mean, Flightless? I haven't seen people being too.
I know there's something about an egg
rowdy.
lady. I know that.
Of a trial. And heavens no, nobody wants to try this case again. How do we create a standard based on a lengthy trial versus a day-long trial when the constitutional right is the same?
Absolutely, the constitutional right is the same. And what I'm not asking is this court craft a different standard for a long trial versus a short trial. What I am saying is what is relevant to the ultimate inquiry that this court engages in is the timing of when these comments took place.
Okay, well, let's talk.
Okay, so that's interesting. That's interesting. Phoenix's my line is, did you commit harm if you do any drug and do not do something violent? I know what the law involves. Social ostracization is okay. You have a right as a citizen to associate. Yeah, so that's the crazy thing with all this stuff is, and it's the same. I'll analogize this like our soldier friend was doing earlier. Hate speech laws are the same thing. It's like if you run up and you knock over a black guy and you start kicking him in the face or whatever, that's assault. If while you're talking to, or while you're kicking him in the face, you say, "Stay down, you damn dirty ape," right? That's a hate crime that is somehow meriting a harsher penalty. And that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. The motivation behind violence shouldn't merit a harsher penalty because the damage done isn't different. Let's see. SuckGov says, "Hey, I just passed bar. I passed a couple on my way home. Willing to debate you live, face to face, human to psychopathic inner child." About what are we debating? People keep asking me to debate, and they never tell me what I'm supposed to debate. What do you want to debate me on? Debate me about what? I'm waiting. Get mad? I'm already mad. What do you want to debate? Come on, dork. Talk to me. Thanks. Which one of us won that debate? I'm actually confused. I think you might have won just now, which I'm pretty impressed. I'm pretty impressed how you pulled that off. That was great. What do you want to debate, brother? Or sister? I don't know. Banners. Wait, I'm yelling stuff out to myself. Maybe I am a psychopath. Deke Ed says, gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Deke Ed. That brings us to 25 members for the stream, which is very, very cool. Thank you for that. It's 25 more people who will now no longer save on their life insurance with Progressive because they're banned once they're a member here. I should have probably mentioned that before. Dude, tell me what you want to debate. I gotta know. I might actually send you a link if you tell me something interesting. Fuck. I want to know. I want to know what the debate's about. It's driving me crazy. Alex Scott Thompson, get this man a membership or woman. Alex is probably a man's name. Alex Scott is probably a man's name, but it could be a woman. I think that person yelled and then left. How the fuck? Damn it. Is this the line for the debate? What do you want to debate, sir? I just want to know what people come in. They're like, you're fucking scared to argue, bro. I'm like, I didn't know I was supposed to argue. That's the thing. I just don't know what the subject is. I want to know. Nick debates on demand. Most people who demand to come on my show, like, don't have the best time of it. But I didn't enjoy it okay. It's a fun time. Where is the guy? Damn it! Alex Scott Thompson. Yeah, I'm just edged. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, this is going to be great when it happens. Holy shit. Soldier of Providence gifted 5 memberships. And there we go. There we go. That's the type of parasocial interaction I can get behind and hug. Thank you, Soldier of Providence, for gifting 5 subs to the stream, or 5 memberships to the stream. It's really cool. Really do appreciate that. They suck, gov, or whatever. I guess I have to go on, because I guess you're just going to leave us hanging like we're in Virginia in 1840. All right, here we go. Let's go back.
About that, and I'll weave in some questions about the egg juror. Ms. McElveen, the Barnwell County Clerk of Court, said she didn't hear any of these comments made in front of jurors, but the comments made to Ms. McElveen by Ms. Hill were remarkably.
Your debate is actually wrong. Angel the Aussie says, Nick, you're scared, you pussy. Just admit it. I don't even know what being scared is anymore.
The same as those related by.
Literally, while being arrested, like, and I knew the moment they were in the house, and that nothing had been disposed of. Like, I knew they were going to find the stuff, right? So I'm just sitting there waiting, and I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, should I be scared of this? No, like I wasn't scared. I was mad, you know, I was like pissed off and stuff, but it's like, what are you fucking going to do? Be sad? The stuff I'm scared of now is like, you get scared that, you know, you're going to outlive your children or something, like, because that's horrible. I want them to suffer. I don't want to suffer. Sukov, I can already tell this is going to go poorly for you. What do you want to debate about? What is not debatable is Angel the Aussie is the only good reason for that island to exist, even though it doesn't. Gifting 5 memberships to the chat. What up, Angel? How you doing? How you doing? I forgive you for what you said earlier. I do. Oh man, my voice has gone into like into its lower tired register. I don't know why. Like, I feel pretty good. I don't feel like I'm doing it wrong. Send the link. For what? Anything at this point, it's too funny to just watch you wait. If you don't have anything, then I don't care. See ya. Here we go. Back to this.
The jurors, for example, watch him closely.
I mean, I thought I spoke South Carolina. I grew up in this state. I lived in this state for 20 years, man.
And Kurt, you thought you were a person. Turns out you're just a fucking weirdo.
I thought I spoke South Carolina. Maybe I forgot. Lord have mercy, man.
Look at his actions, look at his movements. Ms. Hill was saying that to staff and to Ms. McElveen. You agree that's what she testified,
That's
correct?
what she testified.
That does match almost exactly
Let me explain it for 20 more
what
minutes.
these jurors said Ms. Hill told them, correct?
It is.
Okay.
Frog Spring says, is cooking with Kurt still a thing? Yes, Kurt hasn't done a cooking video in a long time. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure why he stopped doing them. Nothing I can think of would cause that, but he has not done them in a while. However, I mentioned early on in the show that we're about to have a fun new type of show really soon. I need two things. I need an app that two people can connect to that synchronizes effectively like a chess clock, like a speed chess clock, you know, where we can set 20 minutes each or whatever. And then I click it and my time stops, and then they click it and their time stops. We can go back and forth. I need that. And then I just need a guest. And then we're going to have a cook-off. You're back, made tea. Nobody cares.
So explain to me how we pass go under your theory. How do we accept the fact that Judge Toll maybe didn't mention all these things in her order, but they were supported by an impartial witness, that being the clerk of court from Barnwell?
Well, two things about that. I don't think we can get past what you've.
Wait. The link cites Why You're a Psychopath posted earlier, mentioned by another viewer. Only mods can post links in the YouTube chat, so I don't know what link you're talking about.
Recognize that clerk of court from Barnwell heard nothing going to a juror or.
Rickade is too wrecked on coke to debate. He just got mad for waiting. And very angry. You're right. You're 100% correct.
She would have brought that to the court's attention.
But the consistency of the comments or the similar nature of the comments.
Grim, can you show me
striking.
the broken link?
Well, and then my second
I'll pull
part
it up. I'll see
that
what
I
it
would say
was.
about this is that all of this arose months and months and months after trial. And the
Well, that doesn't matter. The information came to light later, but that's some bullshit, right? It's not like someone slept on their rights or anything. The moment the information came to light, they diligently pursued it. So it only came to light later. Okay, so what? This is a thing now.
You don't have to.
Suddenly a thing. Oh.
Grim, you certainly don't have to. I was just saying, like, if you knew where it was and had it available, if you could repost it, that'd be cool. If not, that's fine. I don't know what link says I'm a psychopath. I'm down. I'm interested in finding it out. I think this would be funny to figure out. And like, if the person wants to like engage, I'm not unwilling necessarily. I'm just not going to bring someone on to waste time. So like, just tell me what the thing is, or show me, or whatever, and maybe I'll do it. But otherwise, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that guilty conviction. The guy's been in prison for 10 years now. Yeah, it turns out one of the jurors was bribed to convict him. Yeah, turns out he was bribed. But it was 10 years ago, so we're totally cool, right? Is that what we're doing now? I don't think so, man. I don't think so, man. That is no.
Says only mods can post links. Ask for links. Amazing. You said someone posted it earlier, which you can just post it and put a space where there would be a dot for the .com. Just put a space instead of a dot, and then YouTube doesn't recognize it as a link and send it. And I do have the ability to add the dot in on my side, so I could pull it up. That would be a way. Or you could tell me like what to look for or whatever. But I'm not going to bring you on without like knowing what the fuck I'm like bringing you on to talk about.
No.
Courts have been, historically reluctant because of that passage in time, because of the fact that jurors vote one day and one day only and don't have.
Goodfella D says, when you say cook-off, you mean both of you are cooking the same meal like ribs? No. The cook-off is going to be different. The cook-off is going to be this. We're going to pull up a video like Kurt cooking pizza casserole, for example. All right? And I'll invite a guest on the show. The guest on the show will be someone who also makes fun of cooking videos, but maybe not of Kurt, right? Of anybody. And then what we'll do is we'll have a speed chess clock. Now the cooking, the pizza casserole video is roughly 2 hours long. Let's say it's exactly 2 hours long. In that case, each of us would get 1 hour on our clock. So there's 2 hours of total time. And then we would start the video and the clock would start. And each time someone makes a joke, there'd be no pausing or stopping the video. Each time someone makes a joke, they would then hit their button and the other person's time would start and theirs would stop, right? Like just like chess. Whoever runs out of time first loses, and the winner gets to close out the show. It gets to close out the roast of the video. That's the cook-off. So the cook-off is a euphemism. Just a fun thing where you get to make fun of someone. It doesn't have to be about cooking but I think to start off, like it'd be fun to do the cook-off about cooking shows, just because of the tradition of cooking with Kurt. Like I can invite someone. We could do like, okay, we're going to do this video, then we'll try it out. How do you determine what is a joke and what is just a statement? I mean, it's subjective to the speaker. Just because they determine it's a joke doesn't mean it's funny. And I didn't say it had to be funny. It's just about witty engagement at a fast pace. And it's just a mechanism to get through. Like, who cares? It'll just be fun.
To assent to their verdict and vote him guilty every single day for the rest of their lives. And so I think that passage of time is something that is relevant as well. When this case,
that is a shit argument, Waters. That really is a shit argument. Really? It was so long ago. Really? Seriously? Wow. That's a way to lose a case in a hurry.
Michelle, that sounds funny, actually. Yeah. So when I came up with this concept, I was like, this is good. Like, this is good. It's always weird to come up with a show format. That's kind of tough. It's kind of tough to do. But I mean, if it's a good thing, it could be its own. It could be something we do here to start. And if it like really takes off or whatever, maybe put it on its own thing or whatever, and have a roster of people like who could always do it. And like, I don't know, maybe it's its own entity. Maybe it becomes too big for us. You stir salad like a girl. Yeah. I just think it would be really funny. Like, I think and there's just a lot of potential to have something that's enjoyable. It's a gimmick to get people to do it, and also the time limit keeps it focused. So because if I invite someone else to co-roast a Kurt cooking video, it adds like another 50% of time, and I'm already going too slow.
Holy shit, dude.
is being talked about incessantly out in the world. And so I think that that's something as well that Justice Toll can consider in deciding what actually happened, and the best evidence of what actually happened, and whether or not it is, whether you look at what the jurors said about it, not to get to the 606 aspect of it, or if you're objectively standing back and making that.
So this is the second time, Suckgov, that you've mentioned Instagram moms. Are you mad that they all seem to be aggregating here? Or congregating here? Aggregating, that'd be a mess. They're all congregating here. You can just hang out with them and stuff. They're all fun. They're fun people. But I'm still just waiting for why I'm a psycho. I just want to know. God damn it. Did the post before mention psychopath? Can I control F? Psycho. Let's see. Okay, scrolled up because the curiosity was calling me. Suckgov is calling you a psychopath and wants to debate about that. All right. Okay. Let's see. This is the link. There it is. Okay. Ms. Vixen coming in clutch. Thank you for that. Kurt, you can wait. Stay frozen. Hold on. Okay. Da, da, da. 404 not found. God damn it. Maybe I need to do this one differently. So articles. Miss Femnitel, I know the last time you logged into your account. Don't worry. I was keeping track. How did I get this wrong? No, I'm getting... Yeah, Ms. Vixen, I tried to pull it up and it didn't work. Yeah, the Sukhov guy sounds like he'll be a riot. Probably really good on camera, too.
That factual finding of this is what happened, and this is whether or not there's a prejudicial.
Yeah, King's Link says, just got here. What argument is he trying to make? I swear, and I'd like to believe that I'm not strawmanning him.
It was probably the picture
I really would like to believe
day.
I'm not strawmanning him, but it sounds like a straw man in my head. But I'm going to say it anyway. I'm pretty sure his argument was, it wasn't that big a deal, and it happened a long time ago. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that not his argument, or am I strawmanning him? Is his argument not, it wasn't that big a deal?
I was joking, but I think that really happened.
Because that's what I think his argument is. What do you in chat think? Yeah.
Effect. That is why Justice Toll credited those 11 jurors, and that is, I would submit to you, the realm of what this court needs to consider.
I want to ask you a question about this idea that you expressed that this event or these moments when the clerk spoke to the jurors should be considered insignificant when viewed among the entire trial, whether it's a long or short trial. There's no eyewitness, there's no DNA, there's no one thing on the part of the state that you could rely.
All right. Here we go. Share this tab. Are youth psychopathic traits related to bullying? Meta-analyses on callous, unemotional traits, narcissism, and impulsivity. This? I didn't spend more than 30 minutes getting mad at you. I got mad at you right away. You not know how to use watches or clocks? So you want to debate this article with me? I'm not a youth. I'm 44. So that's weird. So you're saying so in the current manuscript, meta-analyses are performed to analyze the relations between three aspects of psychopathy in youth: callous unemotional traits, narcissism, and impulsivity, and bullying behaviors. Is it so because I'm bullying Kurt, I'm a psychopath? Is that it? Yet a man says, Nick, I challenge you to a debate, length versus girth. Let's go. As the good Lord said, why not both? I called you a child off rip. Oh, off rip. What about the yaw? What about the yaw? What, like the pitch and yaw, I think. I'm not a pilot. What are you talking about? The yaw? Let's see. Web and ProQuest were searched for relevant articles on bullying and CU traits, narcissism, or impulsivity in youth under 20 years of age. 2 others each independently screened. I'm not under 20. Fletcher Boy says paper versus plastic. Fight me, raggets. The paper condoms aren't as good. Not as good. This is weird. This is very strange. Kenzie Will says, pull up rackets. No, I won't. I'm diving. It's a split S. We were inverted. Am I a bully? I think so. Okay, so they coded 10 studies on bullying and callous on emotional traits. I'm not callous and unemotional. I have womanly emotions. What are you talking about? Angel the Aussie says he's a retard. Fuck wasting time. I got a ton of time tonight. I can sit around for a while. It's okay. Like I don't mind being up for a bit. I like when my voice gets tired deep, and it adds import and some gravitas to it. I also don't sound like a flailing little teenager. Oh yeah, back to that. Paper versus plastic. I think I won that fight. Okay, where are we? My emotions are too positive. Okay, so I'm definitely not callous unemotional. I have womanly emotions. 6 studies on bullying and narcissism. Now, I am pretty important, I guess. I mean, wait, no, sorry, I did that wrong. This is probably about me, actually. I can see how it is. And 14 studies on bullying and impulsivity. Impulsivity? When have I ever done that? Everything I do is planned and reasonable. Bullying is an intentional and repeated act of aggression against a relatively powerless victim. Calling Kurt powerless, you're more of a dick than I am. Wow. What an asshole. Victimized youth have been found more likely to report psychosomatic complaints, non-suicidal self-injury. That's just not trying hard enough, and even attempted suicide. Yet again, I repeat myself. In a recent large-scale study spanning 79 countries and more than 300,000 respondents, roughly 30% of adolescents reported being the victim of bullying. That's not enough. Bullies may harass their victims because it helps them achieve a position of dominance and popularity within the classroom. Well, also sometimes it's funny. Can we refresh the palette with the song? I had an internal goal on playing a song. We haven't hit it yet, and I'm just sitting here sad because I'm a narcissist.
You'll debate him on the air speed velocity of an unladen swallow. You argue African. He argues European. Kurt makes an incel micro-peen comment, and we all forget about the debate to laugh at him.
Holy shit, we have a micropene. That's amazing. Thanks. Thanks for doing that. Let's get a song. Let's get a song. Dennis Leary had a great song about you. I'm an asshole. That one. Oh my gosh. All right. We don't need to focus on this guy too much. Yet man says having to super chat so Nick admits that I beat him in the length versus fourth debate. You don't even know you're on debate. It was length versus girth. Because he refused to take a position. Look, guys who have to argue that length is better have a narrow dick. Guys who have to argue that girth is better have they have a short, stumpy penis. I say, why not just have a lengthy, girthy penis? Like, why don't you do that? Why don't you try harder? Mods are super chatting. Pathetic. Wait, what? Why would that be pathetic? You're so fucking weird. I don't get it. Bro, your mods are super chatting. I want everybody to. I want you to. Let's see. Youth scoring high on psychopathic traits may be especially prone to use bullying as an instrument to acquire dominance and popularity. That can be bigger and cool. Psychopathy is characterized by interpersonal, affective, and behavioral dimensions, but a three-dimensional approach wherein callous and emotional traits, narcissism, and impulsivity are the core dimensions of psychopathy has so far been the most influential in the study of youth and bullying. Callous and emotional traits refer to a lack of remorse and empathy and general uncaring attitude. That's not true at all. I have washed a seal before. That was a lie. I'm sorry. I was actually thinking about firing all the mods for not super chatting enough.
On to show him guilty. So you had to piece together a whole bunch of different stuff. We'll talk about a lot of that stuff in the next phase. But yes, but you spent, most.
If they're going to try to reverse this on sufficiency of evidence, then I'm interested in that argument.
That's the argument they've been making the whole time.
Now, I think that's very difficult to do for a lot of practical reasons. But if this case gets wind up getting reversed, not because of,
Yes, you nailed it. Homosexual lawyer talks over obese and gross lawyer. That's the title of the stream. How'd you get that right?
Because of the clerk of court. If this case winds up getting reversed because the state didn't have it, I'm interested in that. It's, that's a very, 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 very difficult argument to do. And yeah, I mean, I'm interested. I'm not very hopeful, but I'm interested. I found the state's case to be thin, and the timing of what they said that, Murdaugh did. It's just.
I did not start wearing them because of Kurt. That is not why I started wearing them. But I did see several people wearing sunglasses. I think my main inspiration was Razor Fist. But I also just started wearing sunglasses around because I started accessorizing like a fag. I was just like, oh, this belt is the same color as my tie. They match my shoes. And it was like, oh, I can get sunglasses that match a whole bunch of different stuff too. How cool. And then, top tiers matching the butt plug, but that's that. So no, that was the main reason. And they just, like, I decided to start dressing nice for streams, and then sunglasses became part of my outfit. And I was like, I should just wear these on streams. I like coordinating the sunglasses with stuff. It's fun.
Seemed implausible, and a lot of the other evidence that you would expect to see didn't materialize.
It's out.
It seemed thin. So if that winds up being the thing, I'm here for it. But
Jeremy says Nick would look sweet in a tiny cowboy hat that's hot pink. I'm not a 230-pound drunk woman in Nashville at a bachelorette party. If I want your comeback, I'll ask your dad to fart. Why don't you want my comeback? Why did you put it in my dad? Why did you take it from me and put it in him? That's weird. Yet man says having to super chat. Oh, wait, we already read that one. Fuck. Like, because you said if you want the comeback, that you would get it from my dad, which would mean that you had to possess the cum to necessarily get it back. So you would have gotten that and then injected it into my father, presumably. Or he somehow got it in there and it's going to come out with flatulence. But I don't know why you would engage in that activity with my dad. That's a weird thing to do. Live in General says, I'm not a mod. I just enjoy wasting my money to watch the nose dance. I'm not using this as a tax write-off at all. You should be.
Yeah. Okay.
So that 6 weeks was you piecing together small pieces of evidence to put together an argument that he did it. Mm-hmm.
Am I anti-LGBTQ? Shame. No, I'm an LGBTQ streamer on Twitch. Stop this. Why are you like this? Why are you doing this? I'm just trying to do my show.
On his side, now, of course, he doesn't have the burden and isn't even required to testify. But on his side, whether he's guilty or innocent boils down to one moment, one thing.
When he shot him. Eric Duff says, Lamau at all the homos and wine moms whining about trolls. Lamau at you whining about them. Two can play at your game, Eric.
And that's when Alec sat up on the stand and said, I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. So what I'm wondering is, you're wanting us to consider the statements by the clerk to be insignificant, but those statements go to the only thing that the defendant really had. I mean, the defendant can argue that you didn't piece it all together, but really the defendant's argument boils down to the one thing that the clerk of court addressed. So we can look at all this context if you want to. But the jurors knew that if Elliott was telling the truth, he's not guilty. If he's lying, he is guilty. And that's where the clerk of court's statements appear to focus.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Here we go. Soldier of Providence, big contributor to the show tonight. Thanks, brother. Says, I'm interested in what your results would be in the Briggs-Myers personality test. I, for instance, am an INTJ, introverted, intuitive thinking, judging. It's been a minute. I think these days, extroverted, and then it's, I think I'm an ENTJ. Is it, maybe I'm an ENTP. It's judging and perceiving, right? I haven't taken a Myers-Briggs panel in, gosh, it's got to be close to 20 years. Nothing at all has happened so far. This is more exciting than the actual trial. The Murdaugh trial was so difficult to get through. I don't think I had started drugs yet. Oh God, that would have been crazy. If I'd have been all coked out watching Murdaugh, just like, come on, guys, go. Oh, when they got to the financial part, I would have just killed myself on stream.
I just wish there was a little bit more focus on the law here. Because as I said at the start, the clerk of court statements were pretty egregious. The clerk of court did some fucked up shit. So we did some carpools with the jurors and said some really fucked up things. And then I thought Dick Harpootlian kind of blew the plot in the hearing before the judge. And now he's trying to argue that it doesn't matter. Basically, he's trying to argue it doesn't matter that I blew the plot because basically this is...
So fun fact, I always went between introvert and extrovert. And it was always in the past 51-49, one way or another. Always 51-49. It just swapped between the two. These days, I think it would be like, I'd probably be 70-80% extrovert. The main thing is I have the ability to be at peace both ways. But these days I prefer social interaction. I prefer that. In the past, I preferred not to have social interaction. I was playing like video games more often. I was playing MMOs and stuff like that. And so I didn't really care if I was socializing with people. These days, I like hanging out with people. I like doing stuff. I like having life surprise me a little bit. And I find people to be much more entertaining than I used to. Yet Man says, Yeti Man. Oh, okay. So you couldn't spell before. Nick, reading my chat times is him admitting I won. Times? Reading my chat times? I didn't read your chat times. There's no times on your chats. I mean, there are. I could turn on timestamps, but I don't even have them on. So I didn't do that. Liar. You're losing. Is him admitting I won. Ignore the money I spent to get him to read it. You should have spent that money on figuring out what a clock is.
Structural error, and it doesn't matter that I fucked it up because what happened is just fundamentally structural. And so I get to win anyway, which, fair enough. I may have fucked up in my presentation, but the law is the law. And obviously I, as the lawyer, fucking up can't stop that. So the law is the law. So I should still win anyway. Fair enough. Fair enough, I guess. Now why that's true is a little less clear because we haven't spent a lot of time on the law. I think it has something to do with structural and may or may not be rebuttable.
I thought it would be fun to have Sukov come on and actually discuss something. I just want to know what I'm discussing. Like this study about aggregate, like a broad multi-study review of bullying in youths being linked to is that the dark triad? Narcissism, We're callous, unemotional, and impulsivity. I don't think that's not the dark triad.
And I'm not 100% sure on that. And also from our friends at the state, I'm not really sure what they think the legal standard is. I think their argument is, come on. I mean, come on. I think that's the state's argument.
Yes. Good job finally picking that up. The dumb thing is you don't realize that Harpootlian made a good argument. He's fighting the uphill battle. The state's argument is, come on, because the state won. The state's used to winning. The state relies on the ease of prosecution. And when confronted with a good argument, sometimes the state struggles. But the state also argues with embraces the overt bias against the accused. It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. That doesn't ever meet out in our society. And the accused are treated as guilty from jump and through the rest of their time in the criminal justice system. Prosecuting is lawyering on easy mode, always has been. That said, his whole thing is to make it like, we already dealt with this. Come on, like, the judge didn't do anything that actually changes the outcome. We know he's guilty. The jury found him guilty. They weren't influenced by the clerk or anything like that. That's his job. Harpootlian just has to show one statement potentially influenced a hypothetical juror. That's it. He does that, he wins.
All right.
How do you respond to that?
Well, I would say that while I understand that obviously was very important, the defendant taking the stand, it wasn't as simple as just getting up there and saying, I didn't do it, okay?
Wait a minute. Nick, debate Florida man cases and incidents with Sugov. Well, like, what do you mean debate those incidents? What position am I supposed to take on the Florida man issues?
And while there was a long piecing together of all of that, the defendant's testimony was also very long over the course of 2 days. And so I don't think that you can just view the defendant's testimony entirely in isolation of this entire trial. I don't think any analysis has ever said that we're going to ignore the entirety of what went on. Certainly, the defendant's testimony was important, but
Rachel Hume says, God, you are gay. Wait, me? I know, but... Or wait, you have a comma there, so like you're talking to God?
They had been raising all kinds of issues as to lack of motive, as to other possible motives, as to the boat case, as to the Cowboys, and all these other things along the way as well. So
the defense was, in fact, putting on a defense. That's true.
Hey, there we go.
That's true.
Kurt,
they were
good job.
attacking the evidence from a lot. Yeah, that's true. The defense was putting on defense. I remember.
They were looking for reasonable doubt.
Again, saying this is an epic day, saying it's rare for defendants to testify, those were all statements that everybody in that courtroom knew, everybody in that courthouse knew. So while I hear what you're saying, I think that you can't take out the fact that this was a complex matter with a lot of complex issues.
And, you know, to the extent, though, that you've made some fine points about how we should interpret the statements. But if the statements, and Justice Kitchens was alluding to this, if the statements kind of collectively go to the point you should not believe him, to me it's hard to separate that from the critical issue in the case.
Yeti Man, you guys are more interesting than Kurt, but I promise to go through this. It was dumb of me. Amateur mistake. Nick, real talk, and not sure if you'll read this. Don't feel obligated. I don't, but I'm interested in what you were typing. You got me through a really hard time in my life. Kurt was actually there too. Glad to see you doing better. Happy to be there. Glad I was. Oh, you motherfucker. Get out.
But I want to bring up one other thing. You point out.
Yeah. So basically the judge just said, I think it's a structural error. The statement is a structural error, I think is what the judge is saying. And I can buy that in the legal analysis. I buy it. The statement goes to the heart of the issue. It goes directly.
I love how Kurt goes to a security blanket of the structural issue. He latched on that one thing from the first argument, the one judge talked about structural issues, and that was the first thing Kurt kind of understood, because he just couldn't figure out that Harpootlian's trying to tell them a story that'll make them go, hey, justice wasn't done here, and we've promised to uphold justice, and our system failed this man. He may have killed his wife and kid, but our system failed him, and if it fails him, then it fails everyone. That's the story that Harpootlian wanted to tell him. This is our job. We are the men on the wall. We are the watchers on the ramparts. We're the men who stood in the gaps in Jericho or whatever. We can't let them through. If you let them through, they'll kill everyone inside. Justice is blind but forceful, and must be protected from those who would do it harm. And we are the protectors.
To the credibility of the defendant, it's a fundamental issue for the jury. And of course, it is the government saying it. And so structural, you lose. Now, if that's the decision by the court, I will understand that. I will understand that. That makes sense to me. I am here for that analysis. So if that's where this thing winds up, then great. Then Dick Harpootlian screwing the pooch at the hearing disappears because it no longer matters.
Angela, I can hear Jeff all the time drinking glasses of scotch, going, oh, sorry, you can't have this. Like, I could just smiling, and enjoying it and telling me about it. It is still rough. But I reckon you're correct. Alex Scott Thompson, Nick, you and I were supposed to go to Burning Man together, but they left it closed for 1 extra year because of COVID. Really wish we could have went before you got arrested and got better. Oh, I remember that. That would have been fun. I kind of want to go to Burning Man, but fucking sand everywhere. Like, feel like my penis would be flayed by the end of it. It sounds horrible.
Because it's no longer legally operative. I suppose in the end, we had the hearing for no particular reason. But, be that as it may, it wasn't we weren't following the law. So the hearing itself was pointless, but okay.
Yeah, the rain the last couple of years. And there's some people who got stuck out there for a while. It's like, yeah, what a mess. Yeah, I don't want to be, I'm not great with like tents and camping. I'm really good at resorts and nice hotel rooms. I'm great at that. But the whole like, I'm warm and like sandy and sweaty, that does kind of suck after a while. And by a while, I mean like 4 or 5 minutes. Over under of me doing drugs with Alex if I didn't get caught. What year were we supposed to go? 20. If it was 22, I hadn't done them yet. Well, I did late 22, I guess. Late 22. I'm trying to think the timeline. Fuck, it's hard to say. If I had started doing drugs, I absolutely would have done a ton of them.
So the hearing disappears. The statement stands for itself. It's structural. Game over. If that's what it winds up being, I'm here for that. Sounds like that's what some of the court is thinking. Sounds like that's the direction they're thinking about going. And if that's what they do, I'm here for it. It was a lot of fuck up. It was a lot of fuck up. Yeah, I'm here for that if that's where we go. Fair enough.
The very beginning of your argument, that the trial court here found that Becky Hill was not credible. Now, that's a soft statement. That's like
seems like
almost
Fire
like
Festival.
Richard Nixon or Bill Clinton, whoever it was, said mistakes were made. Sometimes people are not credible because they didn't get a good look at what occurred. Sometimes people are not credible because they don't remember what they saw.
Right.
Here, if Becky Hill is not...
Barb Fett, this hearing just happened like this past week. We probably won't have a result for 30 to 90 days. I don't know how fast the South Carolina Supreme Court moves, but, you know, it's an appellate decision. They tend to give them at least a month, if not a couple.
Credible. It's not because she didn't see it. It's not because she doesn't remember it. It's
Fire
because she's a
Festival was
liar.
a huge white tent
Is that
scam.
right?
Yeah, Fire
I would say
Festival was a thing where they like booked everybody, and like they sold all the tickets, and then they just like didn't do it. Right? It was crazy. K to the Swiss with a $5 wordless super chat. Thanks, brother. Welcome to the show. Good to see you, man.
Ultimately, she said she was not completely credible. And yes, sir.
So there's only one way that Becky Hill can be not credible, and that is that she is a liar.
I think that Justice Toll did not credit parts of her testimony as she looked at everything. Now, she didn't specifically find that she is a liar, but ultimately she didn't credit that testimony. But what I think is important is that neither Justice Toll nor the state relies on Becky Hill. What we rely on is what is most important, and that is the 11. The overwhelming majority of these jurors who sat there and...
Oh, dear.
The 11.
Oh, dear. But the other 11, though? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. But we had 11 good jurors, I swear. Waters, you're going to lose. You know that, right?
So Kurt doesn't know any of the issues. He can't really follow the arguments. He doesn't understand the strategy. But the crazy thing is, he did figure out that based on what's happened, Waters should lose this. Murdaugh deserves another trial. The clerk of court making these statements to jurors is improper. The clerk of court, someone said it before in the chat, the clerk of court is the court. It's akin to a judge doing it. They have no business putting that influence on the jurors. And the crazy thing is, you know, they focused a little bit on the motive of the clerk because she said she would do this because a guilty verdict would bring better would bring better book sales. That's what she allegedly stated. Allegedly, that was testified to by the other clerk of court, who is probably a reliable witness. As they're an agent of the court, they have some pretty good credibility. So those statements, they focused on her motivation being to influence it in a particular way for the purpose of getting money and producing the result that would lead to higher book sales, therefore more money. The crazy thing is, though, it doesn't matter which way. That motivation, it's good for the story, but it's not relevant to the legal analysis at all, because any statement by the court that hypothetically could have impacted the right to a fair trial is sufficient grounds, no matter the motivation. The motivation's irrelevant. The motivation was discussed by Harpootlian because it is the story. It is the emotional plea. It is the recognition that not only was this done, it wasn't done in error, it was done with intent. It was done with self-motivating callousness. That's a great story. It's a way better story than where the court the court clerk accidentally burped at the wrong time and made the trial unfair. That's not a good story. Kurt doesn't understand the story aspect of it. He doesn't understand the humanity because he was dropped off here from some sort of spaceship.
You're going down. You're fucked up. You're going down hard. Shit.
looked Justice Toll in the eye, who judged their demeanor, who judged their credibility, and who...
Wait a minute. Allie says, Burning Man, everyone looks dirty and stank. So gross. I haven't been there. But man, I don't know. I've seen some pictures and not everybody looks dirty and gross. Festival attire is really great. I love it. Angel the Aussie says, damn, just noticed the shirt. Loving the new style neck. Hey, thanks, Angel. Yeah, I got this one in the mail the other day. It was this brand that I like, Spazio, makes a bunch of my shirts. It was their end of the year clearance, and they had a bunch of shirts that were super cheap. So I didn't even look at them. I just went through and I was like, do they have it in my size? Yes. Buy. I just bought them all. And then they came here the other day and I'm like, yeah, this is awesome. This is great. Rachel Hume says, dear God, Nick, what now? What did I do wrong? No.
Ultimately were clear as a bell that there was no sort of improper influence on their verdict. And when you look at these questions and
all the brands,
whether or not they went beyond 606B, ultimately they were questions about impartiality. And I think there's a distinction, and Justice Toll made this distinction, that when she phrased these questions, first of all, she had the 4 exact questions that were in green, which I understand the footnote, Justice Hill, when you were on the Court of Appeals, but they were the same 4 questions from the record in State versus Green. So that was a reasonable set of questions to ask. I see I'm out of time, but...
You premise your response that she relied on 11.
Mm-hmm.
In Ethier, this court overruled Vestry versus Orkin exterminating, and that a party is entitled, and that was a civil case, 12 impartial jurors.
Yeah, I mean, did we really need a case for that proposition? I mean, it's not surprising to me that we have a case for that proposition. Yeah, it's not surprising to me that there is precedent, but did we really need a case for that? Yeah, no, 11 out of 12 isn't good enough. Yeah, no shit. It doesn't surprise me that we have a case that says that, but it's like, yeah, of course, yeah, no shit.
Oh, hey, Rachel, I didn't realize you were a lawyer. The state says that a lot when I was a prosecutor. A lot of my colleagues said it in closings. It's not good. That's cool. Welcome. How you doing? When I was a prosecutor. Oh, God. I'm really, like, this isn't against anybody else, just my own personal stuff. I'm so glad I will never say those words.
Right. Yeah. I mean, come on.
Not 11.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So how do we...
11 is not the new 12.
Because ultimately the 11 were credible and Z was not. And that is what Justice Toll clearly found. And when we look...
And how do we handle Ms. Hill with, as I think Ms. Harpootli referred to one of the comments, that Ms. Hill was attracted by the siren call of celebrity. There's another.
Melody. Good night, gang. Sick fur baby in need. Go take care of your fur baby. We'll be around, like tomorrow and stuff. Good night.
Another quote in the trial court's order, she allowed her desire for...
The siren call?
Her desire.
I have definitely been out of South Carolina too long, man. Someone tell Homer about that one. Damn.
Public attention to overcome her duty to her oath of office and her oath as a witness.
Yes, sir.
How do we deal with that and pick and choose what parts of her testimony we accept or don't accept? We just refer to the trial court?
Well, I think when we look at Ms. Hill, and again, I'm not here to justify or to defend Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill, of course, said she didn't do, any of these things other than, occasional, just everybody pay attention, you need coffee and things like that. But so I think that ultimately Ms. Hill is she didn't admit to any of those things. So you have to look at Juror Z. Juror Z is what's really in play as to whether or not Ms. Hill went beyond what we say and what the trial court found was the area of what this court is to consider, and whether it was something far more egregious. And even beyond that, even if you take
if you had hired Kurt instead of Randazza, what year do you think you'd be scheduled for release? Randazza was a civil case. 2031. Rachel Hume says, I just can't follow him anymore. I mean, come on, Kurt. You're saying you can't follow Kurt anymore? Yeah. Dude, I feel bad because I used to tell people, I'm like, hey, go check out Kurt's content. He knows all this stuff. He's got this encyclopedic knowledge of constitutional law cases from the Supreme Court. And then I started watching his content. I didn't really watch it. But it was always with the caveat, like, if you like it, maybe you can stick around and throw him a subscription or whatever. But I never watched it. And when I started watching his content, I was like, oh, this guy's depressing. Like, he's disappointing in all ways to me. Real Patriot Party says, Nick, you should not be bogging down the Postal Service with your shirts. It messes with the cocaine traffic. No kidding.
Some of what Juror Z said, even if you take some of what Miss Becky said, even if you take some of what Miss Rhonda said, when you do that analysis and you put it in the entire context of thing, and when you put it in the entire context of this entire trial, and you put it in the context of where it occurred and everything that went on after that point, then the state has overthrown prejudice. And as
Rachel Hume says, watch, Murdaugh will win his. I think this and slither his way out. I always thought Murdaugh presented enough reasonable doubt. I always thought that. Bronca seemed to think that too. He's a frequent viewer with me on that case. I do not think he may have done it. I don't think the state provided a case that he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. I just really don't think so. That one always bothered me. Okay.
This is even assuming that this argument could work, you are butchering the presentation of this. Because all I hear is it's just a little tainted. It's still good. It's still good.
Why are we afraid to give this man another trial? Oh my God. Do you remember how long the last one? It was awful because they combined and had this colloquy. I don't know if it was a colloquy. They had this whole segment where they basically tried all the financial crimes outside the presence of the jury and outside the presence of a trial on the financial crimes, but they did it in the murder case. It took forever. Oh, it was fucking awful. It took so long. And because it was like the trial was supposed to be 6 weeks or something like that. It ended up being 12 or something. It was insane. Yeah, I got you, Rachel. It just took me a second.
As Justice Hull said, she finds it. She did not find that a few foolish and fleeting comments.
Boosh, I think you're right. He says he doesn't care. He doesn't care what content I make or whatever. But I know that's a lie because everybody cares what content I make. Every single person ever alive. All of them. All of them did and do. So I know. No, you could tell. Kurt was like, I don't care. And then he was so mad. He was so mad that he was insulting people I know instead of me, which is wild. Because it's like, well, calm down. Put your tits away, Kurt. But that was, yeah, you could tell he was watching. I know how people are. Kurt's a sensitive boy. And he's got a couple of narcissistic tendencies as well. I don't think he's malignant narcissist. I don't think he's like malicious and evil. I think he's just he's very self-important. He's very special. I don't know why. He just is. And so yeah, you know he watches this shit. It makes me laugh. Like, I hope he gets better at cooking. I want to see this man succeed. It'd be funnier than his failure.
And the entirety of this trial would be enough to have infected this verdict and to make it unfair. I completely agree that somebody's entitled to all 12 jurors, but this is a credibility finding that 11 told the truth.
Ken Meyer says stream trials. Yeah, there's one coming up on the 23rd. I've been talking to Lady Raggets. Corey, I can't pronounce it. Corey Rikens or something. Some chick who poisoned her husband. Boring. No, I'm not. That's not that boring. Actually, could be kind of cool. I think she's kind of cute too. So I'm on her side if she is. If she's ugly, she's guilty. If she's hot, who cares if she's guilty? She's innocent. Let her go. No, I've been talking to Lady Raggets, and I think that starts on the 23rd of this month, and I think I'm going to be able to stream it. I think so. And then we'll be moving to the OnlyFans trial in late April. Courtney Clenny. That's going to be great. Bronca and I plan on streaming that together. So unless something crazy happens. The Real Patriot Party says the entire case was not only circumstantial and highly flawed, but those CIS goons were completely incompetent. Most of the testimony was highly sus. Watch that whole trial. It was BS. What are you doing up? Hey, give me a second, guys. 1 second. I'll be right back. Just a minute, guys.
He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your being is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, drink some when the stream is over. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of the liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. He drank a fair bit and then realized that his bladder can't handle the liquor inside, leaving us with his chair while he runs up the stairs, hoping the stream doesn't suddenly die. While we are waiting, we'll be laughing at you. The drinking along is what most of us do. The chat is united, getting excited for what you have for us when your PM is through. When you have a small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers. Now you're washing your hands and you realize that you've forgotten to scrub both the front and the back. Then you'll grab a quick bite, kiss your lady goodnight, and remember to thank her for all of the snacks. Whoa, water will cure your hangover. Oh, so drink some when the stream is over. When you have small bladder and no sphincter control, freedom of liquor doesn't mean freedom from soaking your drawers.
Allahu Akbar. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Always fun having like a crisis at 4 a.m. As you guys could probably guess from what are you doing up? My headphones are being dumb. Oh my God. These are blue. Okay. Okay, what do we got? Mama says, "Are those streams still there? I only know new Nick. Which streams, Mama? Mama Bear. Okay. The audio sounds different. Does it really? Are you? Is it not? It's not just because I'm talking like this. Which is on me. Sorry. Oh, I assumed it was just an unexpected erection. What are you doing up? Okay, that was funny. That was funny. Yeah. Everything should be normal. I was talking a little bit different because I've been awake for a while, and after a while, sometimes my voice will drop down. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's get back to it.
And one did not, and the 11 set the standard of what this court should consider, and those comments were not egregious.
Please, yes, sir, Justice James, and we may have some other questions as well. Just one second, please, Mr. Waters.
A few. You go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
The jury of 11 versus 12, in the defendant's brief.
Oh, Chan was just saying how many times you didn't come back. There was the election stream in 2020. Was it 2020? The election stream in 2020, I think, was the one I didn't come back. I got really hammered, and my buddy came in and did like several more hours of show while I was just sitting there vomiting in the bathroom. And then the 2 days before I got arrested, the last stream that I did before getting arrested, I did come back, but I was gone for like 45 minutes. Jojo, wait, he always came back eventually. The one election stream I did not. I had to shut down. But I think that's the only one where I didn't come back. I think so. Simpin' Ain't Easy Esquire says, good morning, Nick. Hey, good morning, Simpin' Ain't Easy Esquire, attorney at law.
He argues that Judge Toll studiously avoided Parker versus Gladden. Mm-hmm. And I think that's the case where it took a vote of 10 out of 12 to find somebody guilty.
Correct.
The tie and drug stream was in your top 10. Wait, I wasn't even there. How can it be in the top 10? Oh. What happened to the babysitter? The babysitter resigned in... Let's see. I'm trying to think of the timeline. It was 2024. The babysitter resigned. She gave us notice halfway through February of 2024. So literally 2 years ago, like today. And said she'd be available to finish out February. And she would quit on March 1st. And then she took the next 10 days off. That fucking bitch. It was nuts. Klavjes. Yeah, she, there were several there were several issues going on with her. She had a fraying relationship with my oldest daughter. They clashed a lot. And then after she resigned, and actually much, much later, started to hear stories from that oldest daughter about things that had happened, including the babysitter giving my daughter alcohol, which is not acceptable. But hey, what do you do? I guess. It's funny. I got accused of giving one of my children substances, something I never would and never did do. When I brought up that this babysitter actually did this, gave my daughter, who was like 11 at the time, alcohol, people yelled at me about it. And they're like, how dare you bring this up and accuse her of that, you liar. I'm like, what? You think you're going to publicly lie about something like that? No. She also, paid my daughter money to chug Monster Energy drinks, to drink 2 full Monster Energy cans in a row. She paid her, a stupid amount, $50. And the funny thing is, probably in the end, she expensed it, I bet, to me. So I probably ended up paying that. Turns out she was having her watch rated R movies and stuff, which I don't generally care, but I don't know all of the ones she watched. I don't know if there's, what was in them. There are lots of differences between rated R movies, right? Some are striptease and some are, Pulp Fiction and some are Showdown in Little Tokyo. I don't know. All of these have different stuff in them. So when my kids ask to watch rated R movies, I don't automatically say no, depending on their ages. It depends on the movie, depends on the content. I went and saw the Markiplier movie, Iron Lung. My oldest son wanted to go see it. He's 18, so that wasn't a problem. I went to go see it with him. It was good. That movie's rated R because of blood and viscera and profanity. Who cares? It wasn't crazy. It wasn't sadistic, horrific violence, and there wasn't intense sexual stuff. So I would be much more lenient on that type of movie than on some others, where I might say no. I don't even know all the different crazy movies and stuff that she had her watching. That was a big part of it. Is that dynamic was starting to cause trouble. Let's see. Clovjes says, gifted 5 memberships to the channel. Thank you, Clovjes, for doing that. That brings us to 40 members for the stream. That's actually turned out to be a nice membership building show. Very cool. Always like to have those. And so, I don't know. The whole thing was a mess. And then she had also gone through some personal stuff very shortly before that, relationship changes and stuff like that. So she resigned. Interestingly, that resignation probably contributed specifically to me getting arrested. I'm not blaming her or anything like that. It's just because it just basically doubled the amount of stress in my daily life at the time. Our driving schedule at that time required 3 drivers. 3 drivers, multiple days a week. And suddenly we were down to 2. Thankfully, we had a friend who was able to step in and help. But, that was a whole other mess. I don't know. We don't need to keep talking about this, but yeah, it was It was really frustrating. It was very frustrating, actually. Wait, Boosh, what am I supposed to be mad at? Yeah, Phoenix says, wait, not that. This one. Wait a minute. Here it is. Phoenix says, I 100% believe only adults did the coke in Nick's house. Absolutely. Like the idea that there was not there wasn't an accident. There wasn't whatever. We don't know what's up with the test. We tried to get more information about the test. We tried to get them to redo the test. They wouldn't do it. They never accused us of anything. I think they knew that whatever result they had, all they wanted to use it for was to extend the emergency hold they had on the kids. They were able to do that. To do that, they were able to just say that a test existed with results that were like this. They didn't have an expert. They didn't have to provide discovery on the tests. We weren't allowed to fight it. We couldn't even fight against it because in emergency placement hearings, they're able to use something called reliable hearsay. So normally, if you wanted to introduce a scientific test like a drug test, you would have to have an expert to come on and testify and tell the court about the results and what they mean. Like it would have been nice to have an expert come in and explain to the court how a fatal level, for a child, how a fatal level of a controlled substance was in the child and with zero negative health impact at all. Like it would be amazing for that to happen and for them to try and explain how that occurred. But they never had to. So it was really frustrating sort of shit going on there, but definitely never, ever happened. I always had it with me. I never left it unattended. Some people were like, no, like you're on substances. So, like she could have gotten into it. It was in a locked safe in a locked room that she didn't have access to. And when I left the house, it came with me because I didn't want that to happen. So, yeah, anyway, this is all old and in the past. It doesn't really matter. There's nothing to do. Some people will never believe it. Other people will just say, who fucking cares? And then other people will believe it. There's nothing you can do about it at all. It's, there's one person on this earth who wants to know those answers more than anyone else. And it's me. I'm the one. I want to know those answers. Because when they told me the test result, I said, that's impossible. That's an impossible test result. So we need to figure this out. Lady Ragged said, we want to retest. And they said, no, county won't do that. I have this conversation recorded, by the way. I have the record of it. But they said, no, the county won't do that. And then Lady Ragged said, is there any chance that there's a false positive? And this fucking bitch says, right to her face, she says, no, it is impossible to have a false result on this test. And I said, that is bullshit, and you know it. Of course, false positives are possible on any test. We need to figure out what happened. And she said, no, we don't. And basically said, fuck you to us, trying to get answers. We want to know. We wanted to know what happened. I have my best guesses. I have the body cam video where the cop touches my daughter's hair just before that test. I have that. And There's a whole bunch of argument to be had over that, but we don't have the data. We don't have the data. It could have been as simple as a sample switch. It could have been someone else's hair. That level wouldn't be that big of a deal in an adult. But part of the reason that they didn't really care is because all the kids, like I said, all the kids have been tested. All the kids had interactions with adults all the time. There was never any reports of aberrant behavior or the insane behavior of an 8-year-old who uses cocaine, I guess. None of that occurred. And her medical checkup was completely normal. The doctor's like, this is a very healthy child. All normal age ranges, blood panels completely normal. Everything's in the good green section, you know. So they didn't pursue anything about it. But since they didn't pursue it, we couldn't get information on it. You have to be like, it has to be confrontational for you to be able to force it. Like I hate the woman who did that. That's also the woman who lied under oath about me, said I closed the door and prevented her from coming into my room on a home visit. As if she was like inspecting our home. She didn't tell me that she was inspecting our home. She just, I went to go grab something from my bedroom and she said, can I come with you? And I said, you don't need to, I'll be right back. And I was gone for about 5 seconds and I went and grabbed a thing off my nightstand. And then I came back out to talk to her. And then she went into the court and said that I prevented her from going into my bedroom, which is not like that's insane. She could have gone back in the bedroom. I didn't care. There's nothing there. The cops had already taken everything. I was just like, no, you don't need to, whatever. It's fine. I'll be right back. Yeah, she lied under oath, said I prevented her from going into the bedroom and closed the door, which wasn't true at all. But yeah, I mean, this is what you deal with CPS. How do you argue against it? It wasn't a scheduled visit either. So I didn't know to like have my phone on. I didn't know to do any of this. Now I know if they ever come over, like you record every single thing, record everything that happens with CPS because they will lie and they have all the credibility in the world and you have none. Yeah, flightless. Why does she need to be in there? That's the thing. It didn't even occur to me because they, like I said, they weren't going through our house. We had to leave. They showed up unannounced and like had a couple questions for us. And we're like, we have to go because we had to go post bail. And so it's like, we have to go. We have an appointment. We have to meet the bail bonds person at the jail and post bail. We have to go do that. So I'm like, okay, well, we just have a couple things. I'm like, hey, I need to go grab this thing and show you. Because they said they found 22 caliber bullet shells in our room. And it's from this. This is a fucking thing I was grabbing. It's this little flower pot that Lady Raggeds gave me. It's got a little thing on here. It says, wanna bang. It's hard to see with the glare, but it says wanna bang. It's cute. These are bloomed out 22 bullets, right? Like that have hit a metal target and they bloom out like that. And so then the dirt in this stupid thing are empty shells, rimfire. I don't know how to show you this, but they're empty rimfire 22 caliber shells. That's the dirt. And this thing had been tipped over and one of them had spilled that I didn't pick up. I picked up most of them, but I didn't see one. And so the cops found it and said that I must have been shooting a gun in my bedroom. But here's the funny rub. I've never had a 22 in my life because I'm not a woman. I had a fucking 45. There's also no holes in our house from bullets. But they just said shit. they just said shit. They just, you know, some of the shit they said was true. Other shit that they said wasn't. How do you prove something? Like, and it's, so the other thing you have to understand is that this is juvenile and family court, because which is civil. It's not criminal, which means you don't have the protections. They don't have to prove things beyond a reasonable doubt. Like I said, since they didn't officially accuse us of anything, we weren't even able to get the discovery on the lab work because we requested it. We weren't able to get it. That whole process is insane. They and again, the reliable hearsay thing, because the court's prerogative is to protect children. So they go, oh, we're able to rely on this hearsay because the interest of protecting the children outweighs the interest of protecting the accused from something. And we're not being criminally punished. They just take your children away. It's not a criminal punishment. Like, it's just civil. They just take your children away. And since you're not being criminally punished and you're not being deprived of liberty, there's just a temporary restriction on your parenting rights in the interest of protecting the children or seeing if the children needed protection. So all they had to do was just justify extending the hold, because they had nothing honest at all at that point. They couldn't prove anything else. And they came up, they interviewed the kids, they interviewed relatives, they interviewed people in the community that knew us and interacted with us. And the funny story, everybody said basically the same thing. And they're like really involved parents who love their kids a lot, and their kids love them. And the kids are well-adjusted and really smart. And so they were going to go into that courtroom and have to try and tell the judge why they should keep the kids when all of the drugs had been removed by the police. So those weren't in there. And there were no negative health effects. Everybody was in good shape. We never had any medical scares or anything like that. So they were going to have to try and justify it. And then suddenly they produce a test that's impossible. Like, again, an insane test result. But it doesn't match up with anything else at all. Fantastic. Fuck the state. All right, here we go.
There is no mention of Parker versus Gladden in this order. Is that still good law?
Yes, sir, and I'm not
Okay,
contending this.
but you said several times, and I would too if I were you, that 11 jurors said, no, my verdict was my verdict.
Right.
So that takes me, I just want to, you can respond to the Parker versus Gladden part in a moment, but you also need to explain to me about the egg juror. She was removed from this jury on the day delivered.
Jesse Jackson died in Black History Month? That guy hated black people so much. Oh, my God. I don't think Nick would want his kids to be lawyers unless they really wanted it. No, there's no reason. We don't have like a family tradition of lawyers or anything like that. I became a lawyer because I wanted to have a profession that I could do anywhere. I said, well, lawyering, I could probably do that anywhere in the country, if I had to, including a small town, because you can always set up your own shop. It sucks to do, but you can do it. So that's why I picked lawyering. Prior to that, I had worked in banking and brokerage, but banking and brokerage, they don't have that out in the middle of the country. So, but you can be a lawyer anywhere. So that's why I picked that. My kids can do whatever they want. If they want to be a lawyer, great. Like, I don't care, but I don't know why I don't know that they particularly would want to.
Deliberations began. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So she was not an alternate. She was a sitting juror.
Correct.
And so she was there and removed minutes before they began talking about the case, began deliberating, correct?
Correct.
And she said in her affidavit,
Jeremy says mechanics work like that too. I wish I would have been a fucking plumber. Those guys are booked out forever. They're like a dentist, but for your house. Plumbers are never not busy.
that her ex-husband called her.
Wait a minute, Judge Manny. Nick comes from old money, and they needed a family lawyer like Tom Hagen. I do not come from old money. Oh my gosh. As soon as they stop asking this dork questions, I'm going to probably wrap up. There's more Kurt left afterwards, but I'm not going to do that tonight.
As she was getting on the bus to ride to the courthouse that morning. That upset her because she had a restraining order
talking about some of this stuff,
prohibiting him from contacting her. So she called, or she spoke to Ms. Hill, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Hill told her, according to the egg juror, the Murdaughs probably got to him. You agree that's what she said in her affidavit?
That's what she said in her affidavit.
Okay. And then Ms. Hill asked her if she was leaning one way or the other. And the egg juror said, Mr. Waters' closing was good, but I still have questions. And she said, what kind of questions? And she told Ms. Hill she had questions about the guns. I suppose couldn't find them or there were two used. And then Ms. Hill asked her, what makes you think he's innocent? And she said, the video at the kennels. And then she said, Ms. Hill said, everything the defendant has said has been lies, and you should forget about the guns. They will never be seen again. Are those fleeting comments, or are those egregious?
Your Honor, those would be hard pressed to defend. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That would be much different from what I'm arguing.
That'd be tough. It'd be hard to defend those comments.
This record.
And then Ms. Hill told her that the...
See, here's a crazy thing that's going on. Those statements were made and the judge ignored them. The judge, for whatever reason, decided that those statements shouldn't come in. And that's what this guy's having to answer for right now. And it's like, yeah, well, like if those were part of the record. But the first question the chief judge asked Harpootlian during his oral argument was, can we consider egg jurors or egg ladies' statements? Harpootlian said, I hope you do. And even more important than that, Kurt said, why are they talking about this? It's now the last question. It's the first question they asked, and it's probably the last question. If it's not last, it's next to last. Kurt still has no idea why they were asking whether or not the egg lady statements could be considered by the court.
One person should just go in and ask for a raise of hands, and this will be over and done with, and everybody needs to be on the same page. So I'm struggling, number one, with why the egg juror wasn't allowed to testify, because that was directly
my guns
impeaching
were confiscated,
of
yeah.
Ms. Hill's testimony that she said nothing, correct?
Yes.
And Judge Toll did say that the egg juror's affidavit is in the record, so we know what she said, Ms. Hill said. So can we consider that affidavit?
Ultimately, I think that Justice Toll, when she made her ruling on, and again, within the discretion of the trial court, as the case law allows her to do, to set the tenor of this inquiry, was only looking at the jurors who actually deliberated. And I think ultimately we got to the alternate because the alternate was there to the end. The difference with the egg lady And we have to remember this too when we look at the implicit rejection of all of that, is that the egg lady was, and it wasn't like she just kicked off that morning. That was the product of a couple of days of in-camera hearings that ultimately disclosed that this egg lady juror, who initially said she had not talked about the case, it was ultimately discovered that she had. And all of this stuff about, the Facebook and all that other stuff, Judge Newman was very clear was not the basis for her removal. It was the basis for her removal was her violation of the...
When somebody delivered a refrigerator.
Correct.
And they said she was talking about the case.
That's correct. And that was after she denied it. And then ultimately it came to pass that was not the case. And Judge Newman removed her, frankly, for that misconduct. And so that in and of itself is supported in the record as a basis in the record for Justice Toll's rejection of the credibility of all of that. And this is a person, again, who wrote a book afterwards, and months have gone on when all of this stuff started percolating up. I think that's all relevant to consider as well.
Justice Hill.
Mr. Waters, you talked a lot about the timing of this case and the length of it. Now, the clerk is the public official who jurors have their first contact with from the courthouse and their last. She's the administrative face of the court, essentially. Her name's on the letterhead of the jury summons that the jurors get. She swears in the jurors. She swears in all the witnesses as they're about to testify.
Good night, Mama Bear.
She coordinates the juror's schedule. She's the liaison between the court and the jury. She's their guide or their Sherpa, so to speak. She's their point person. And she reads the verdict. And she signs their paychecks at the end of the trial. Now, justice is supposed to be blind. We all know that. But court officials, when it comes to the merits of a case, are supposed to be mute. That's the ideal. That's the aspiration.
Yes.
Even our Constitution prohibits the trial judge from commenting on the facts of the case in open court.
Yes, sir.
Now, after a 6-week trial, it's only human nature that these jurors might become bonded to this person. So you've talked about the timing, and I'd like to talk about the source of these comments and where they occurred, which was in the jury room. So can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. So I absolutely hear what you're saying. I think, though, that maybe overstates, and I don't at all distinguish or disagree with you about what a clerk should do and the role that they serve and all the rest of that. But I do think that overstates what Justice Toll was supposed to do and what this court is supposed to review, and that is the specific circumstances that occurred here. And I think that maybe overstates Miss Becky's sort of influence in all of this at this point in time. The jury...
Becky, that fucking bitch, misstates her influence. Again, I think the most powerful thing that Judge said just now was signs their paycheck, signs the juror's check. It's her name on the fucking check. You think the jurors don't listen to what she has to say and take note? It's crazy. Crazy to stand there and argue that.
Actually, the person who handled the jurors day-to-day was Bill Polk, not Miss Becky. And in fact, as Miss Rhonda testified, Miss Becky got sick, and Miss Rhonda was at the trial more than Miss Becky was. And so while certainly some of those factors may exist, I think when you look, and this is what I argued before, when you look at what was going on in this courthouse, when you look at the entirety of the specific facts here, when you look at Judge Newman on the stand, who was really, if you want to say the Sherpa, the shepherd of these jurors is Judge Newman, not Becky Hill. When you look at the entirety of this record, I don't think that, while you're exactly right that the clerk has that neutral role and serves those functions, that in this particular instance, Miss Becky's influence was that large, and there's no evidence of that in the record. And to go back to what Justice James was saying is, this is part of the rejection of that credibility, that all of those detailed things just so above and beyond the pale that the egg lady says happened, and all of that contact. No other juror said anything like that.
No other juror. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Did any juror say it at all? Yeah. But here's the other thing. Even if no jurors testified to it, but someone else testified, hey, this was stated at this time, at this place, in the presence of the jurors. Unless you can overcome the credibility of that witness, he's like, why didn't anybody else testify to it? Maybe they didn't know it was important when they heard it. Maybe they don't want to testify to it because guess what? This case involves Alec Murdaugh, who maybe his wife and son were actually murdered by a fucking drug gang, because it kind of looks like that's what happened. Kind of looks like that's what happened because of his drug issues and the money he seems to owe people. But Alec Murdaugh knows every government official, every legal official, and his circle is influential. This case is influential. Do you want to have the attention on your life by testifying about this thing? Do you want to be involved in that? No. Well, I mean, maybe not. Maybe you do. Becky did. But the jurors, I don't think so. You don't want that smoke. They saw the pictures of the wife and the son that they were censored from us. They saw his brain by his feet. You want to testify? What happens to your kid?
And those were the jurors that Justice Toll found credible. And again, that has support in the record that Miss Becky has just decided Egg Lady, of all people, is the person that she's going to go through all of this with and not have similar conversations or similar things like that with all of these other jurors.
So he's using specious reasoning right here to suggest that because someone didn't testify about these conversations, that they never happened. That's not how it works.
And again, that in and of itself is supporting the record.
How is this not a Harper or Penguin classic right now? What the Egg Lady saw.
Because that's not funny or interesting.
Okay. The Egg Lady writes a book. I'll read it.
Record for us to put those aside and focus on what the 11 said. Not that 11's good enough, but that 11 are credible, and that rejects these claims of the others that all have credibility issues that have support in the record.
The circumstances of this issue are not lost on us. In the courtroom.
The crazy thing is, the reason they don't have credibility issues is because there's no contrary evidence. His argument is literally that the absence of other evidence runs contrary to this evidence because there is no contrary evidence. It doesn't exist. So you can say what you want about credibility. One side has a story and the other doesn't.
We have an excellent attorney general with a very professional and competent team of prosecutors, including you, Mr. Waters. On the defense side, we have an extremely competent top drawer representation.
Top drawer representation? Can't it be top shelf? Isn't underwear in the top drawer?
We've got a superb trial court judge. And out in the hallway, we have a rogue clerk of court. And even if we accept the truncated version of what you characterize as innocuous statements, even you acknowledge it was improper. Perhaps not improper to the point of reversal, but you acknowledge it was improper.
Absolutely. And if I could respond very quickly.
Well, I want to make the note because in my position as Chief Justice, I have to deal with the clerks of court in 46 counties. And the overwhelming majority of our clerks of court are dedicated, conscientious public servants who discharge the duties of their office with integrity and do not act like this. And I'll give you the final word.
Thank you, Chief Justice. I think what you just said highlights and proves my point when you went through all of the players in this trial and the relative insignificance of Miss Becky. And as I said before, with all of that going on, that some jurors really like, oh, well, Miss Becky said watch his body language, that is going to make the difference. What you just said of all that went on is why, not the truncated version, and I understand your point with that, but what the record reflects and what Justice Toll found is what really happened. That was the extent of it. I don't mean to imply they were innocuous. What I mean to imply is that they were neutral on their face, not proper, but neutral on their face and not egregious.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Court clerk, someone asked what happened to Becky, that bitch. Court clerk who helped with Alex Murdaugh's trial pleads guilty to showing sealed exhibits. She pleaded guilty Monday to criminal charges for showing sealed court exhibits to a photographer and lying about it in court. Remember when he said there were credibility issues? This hoe lied in court. Former Colleton County Clerk of Court Mary Rebecca Becky, that bitch, Hill pleaded guilty in Colleton County Circuit Court to 4 charges: obstruction of justice and perjury for showing a reporter photographs that were sealed court exhibits and then lying about it, as well as 2 counts of misconduct in office for taking bonuses and promoting through her public office a book she wrote on the trial. Judge Heath Taylor sentenced Hill, 58, to 3 years of probation. Are you fucking kidding me? Judge told Hill her sentence would have been much harsher if investigators had found that she had tampered with the Murdaugh jury. Ha ha! Ha! Why would the investigators want to find that? Amazing.
Fine arguments on both sides. At this time, before we go to the... You can do the reply now on this issue? I thought we were going to do the reply at the end. What's the... what was your understanding, Mr. Barber?
Mr. Chief Justice, that the reply would be at the end of both.
Okay.
That's mine too. So we'll take a, say, 10-minute break. Everybody stretch their legs, restroom break, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. No problem.
Okay. All right, let's move on to part.
Okay. We're going to wrap. We're going to be done here. There's a lot of stream. There's 2 hours left because I was fucking around too much. But we'll continue on this. We're going to finish this up. Not right now. Uncommon Robinson, bro can't go 15 seconds without hitting that vape. I know, like I have when I start doing it, it's like I do have, like I just keep bam, 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 bam. Boosh. I missed last night. Can you play the new song? I don't know. I don't know. I don't really want to play it tonight. It's late. It's very fucking late. So I was thinking of actually just, ending the stream and going to bed because I'm tired. That's kind of what I was thinking of doing. I know you were here Saturday. All right. You got 10 minutes. Ran out the hour. Okay. Here we go. So is hanging around Texas, or Uncivil. Oh, I don't know why it titled it this. The title was, I guess, Decay and Casserole. I need to come up with a good title for this. But here's the song. We generated 4 of them, and this one was voted the best one of the 4. So here we go. We'll play it. And then after that, we'll end the stream.
Hanging around Texas, Clerk or Uncivil, they call me. 350 pounds of pending heart disease, yeah. Skin flaring up, rosacea and eczema glow. But I got that homemade special, 4 pounds meat, 3 cheese, sauce low. Any young women without children who are under 35 and want to come to my house, I will be happy to give away you some free pizza casserole. I will also make you a cocktail and a little bit of wine. It will be good. So if you want to come to my place, let me know.
Muting your AI slap.
How bad do you want pizza casserole, man? I smell like decaying feet here. Who's that lounging in my lair? Pizza and cocktails, yeah. Decaying casserole there. Mama's always on top, also specifically. If you're under the age of 18, my offer does not apply. If you have to travel from out of state, okay. So if you're under the age of 18 and you have to travel from out of state, my offer does not apply. If you're in state, we'll talk. If you're out of state, offer is void. I smell like decaying feet here. Who's that lounging in my lap? Pizza and cocktails, yeah. Decaying casserole there. Mama's always on top. I'll have to look up the age of consent in Texas. But even if it were under 18, because what I know, because I'm a good lawyer, is that even if it were 17 or 16 in Texas,
love that
if I transport you across state lines, then suddenly I'm in violation of the Mann Act. I don't want to be in violation of the Mann Act. That's bad. Why start talking? I've explicitly said I don't want you to come. And I've explicitly pointed out why I don't want you to come. Why start talking? I've told you don't come. I don't want you. And here's also why. Because it would be illegal. Also, if you're under the age of 18, please don't send me nudes electronically. Although technically just being nude would not be enough, but let's not find out the exact line, okay? People do that? Sure. Me sending photos to underage people? Bad idea.
And I'm not going to stop it.
Decaying casserole.
Just kidding. There we go. That was from peer pressure from Boosh making me play that. It was I think the inspiration for that was Marcy Playground, Sex and Candy was kind of the stylistic choice there. We have the same song was also produced with a Dire Straits approach. Same lyrics and everything. Completely different feel to it. Also cool. Was a close second. That was very very tight. But I'm not going to play that one right now. But yes, the majority of those lyrics were direct quotes of Kurt talking about Maya. who had just turned 18 that morning. So it was good. It was good. With that, guys, I'm going to close this bad boy out. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. And remember, if you are a woman who is under 35, all the way down to the age of consent in Texas, which means down to 17, you can contact Uncivil Law for pizza casserole, a glass of wine, cocktails, and then some very impressive uncivil cocking. You can just do that if you want. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you later today. Watch for the announcement. I want to do midday streams this week several times, as well as night streams. Last week I was dealing with illnesses, so during the week I didn't stream as much as I wanted to. But this week there should be plenty more. So come join up. Tell your friends and your parents and stuff, and your PTA, and your bowling team. Come hang out. As always, you guys make this a ton of fun. I love hanging out with you guys. Thanks for chilling with me tonight. Catch you soon. Peace.
So pour out another bag about more of the broad. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea. Post on Twitter as we hear lost painting tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the poem better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed.